You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Hey, good morning and welcome. It's Bassmaster. Welcome to the state of Mississippi here. It's the 2026 Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite from the Tennessee-Tombigbee River here in Mississippi, flowing into Alabama. 230 miles of river fishing this time around. Very challenging, a very, very interesting tournament so far. There's your leaderboard as it stands right now. Alabama's Wesley Gore, the 2.5-pound lead ahead of Texan Dakota Bear. John Garrett, 2.5 pounds behind those two. And then they're bunched up very, very tightly in our top 10. But we're concerned about making that top 10 today. That's what today is all about. Third day of competition, and only 10 will advance to the final, to Championship Sunday. Here in Columbus, Mississippi, our fantastic host city. And we have got our 50 anglers. The takeoff is in progress. It started at 7 o'clock local time here, and we'll be going on for a little while. So we got a little bit of time to spend getting you familiar with what's going on here today. Again, this is about making it to the finals on Saturday. We take you to the state of Mississippi in the eastern midsection of Mississippi. And coming off of Pickwick Lake is what used to be the Tombigbee River. Now it is the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. 230 miles. Our playing field starts just above Bay Lake on the north end, goes all the way down to Demopolis on the south end, and east up the Black Warrior River for a bit that's going to make our eastern boundary of this. It's a lot of water to take on, a lot of locks and dams, which makes planning very, very much a part of your game plan here. And Davey Height, these guys, they come in like they always do. The expectations were tough, and they do what they do. They pass you, and they just go on off into the dust because they've already exceeded those. Can they do it again today?
Yeah, they definitely have exceeded expectations coming into today. A lot of good fish catching. The big change today is the weather. You can see everyone's bundled up. You can tell by that flag this morning, a north wind is going to change things for a lot of these anglers.
Well, you have the different weather conditions, and that's what all these anglers say. The ones in the top 10 told us yesterday all day long. River fishing is all about changing, not just day to day, but hour to hour. One of those who's coped with the changes very well, John Garrett.
That's how I feel this morning. It was 84 yesterday afternoon. It's 44 now. I have 40-degree drop in just a few hours. So yeah, I put my sun gloves on, hoping they keep me warm. They're not doing a job. Feel like I'm going to be around the fish to win. Got two places that have a really good population of fish. The wind is going to make things interesting today because we're fishing that deep this week, and that's about how tall the waves are today. That's going to definitely change things up, but I really like where I'm at. Get to fish all day. You know, I may crank my motor 4 or 5 times all day. We're going to spend a lot of time fishing. We're going to fish good water. We might have to change a little bit today, but I'm looking forward to it. I feel good. I don't know how the fish will bite, but I know that I'm in the right area, and that gives me the confidence I need to kind of push through the day. You know, every cast, if you can imagine that bite, you know, the more times you do that, the more bites you get through the day, and that's what we're going to do. Yep, let's go.
Hey guys, here it is, you know, third day, made the top 5. We're going to try to go out here and find some more fish today, but it's been a little bit of a struggle to find a good area. The fish are kind of located in certain areas. I'm only getting a lot of quality bites. We'll make a big shot at this thing today and see if we can make it to the top 10.
Yeah, I like Eskimo today. A little bit of a culture shock for us. I'm sure it's going to be for the fish too. You know, yesterday was shorts and flip-flop weather. Today it's 45 degrees here at Takeoff, and the wind's blowing about 25. So definitely going to shake some things up for sure, literally. Wave action is going to kind of mess up some areas, I'd say. Temperature's probably going to hinder the bite a little bit. But man, you know, I've been kind of fishing for, you know, quality, not quantity, so I've been having to take my time and really methodically fish slow. And so, you know, I'm hoping that kind of plays into my favor today. But we're all going to have to make adjustments today, and whoever makes the best ones is going to be on top by the end of it. So just going to go out there and give it all we got and just have fun. That's the most important thing in a fishery like this, is just embrace the challenge and have fun with it. That's it. What's up, man? But yeah, it's going to be an exciting day. Let's go.
Okay.
All right, guys, the key this week on the 10-tom, and I don't care who you talk to, is adjustments. This is a river that is constantly changing. Water level for sure, and now temperature and weather. So the angler that adjusts the best is going to win this event. So for me today, last night it just kept going over and over in my mind. What do I need to do today? And the thing I kept thinking about was stay fresh, be versatile, fish new water, fish the moment. So I have an idea what I want to do, but keeping an open mind is key. The other thing about today, it's freezing, major cold front, super windy, temperatures drop 15 degrees. But a lot of times that first day of the cold front actually will trigger the big fish into biting, right? So I'm definitely anticipating change, but I think today the big ones might bite.
Everybody's having a good time with my boat fall yesterday. I actually feel good this morning. I was really worried because it was really sore last night. I thought, it's going to be bad in the morning. When I got up this morning, it actually felt good. So, thank the Lord, I'm all right. Might have got a little light bruise right on the lower back above my tailbone where I hit, but I think it's all right. As soon as the adrenaline starts going, we'll be good.
All right, here we are, day number 3. We are getting ready to go. Obviously, as you can see, we are bundled up, not like yesterday morning. I think it's 45 right now with 20 to 30 mile an hour gust out of the north. Going to make things really interesting. It's already hard to get around on this place, so this is going to make it even worse. But sitting in 10th place, sitting in a good spot, I just got to figure out how to catch 14 pounds today and stay in that top 10. So I'm going to be live all day, so stay tuned. Might go swimming today. I hope not. So yeah, stay tuned. See what happens.
We're in the 50 cut, can't fall out of a check, so we're going to go out there and run some new water, fish around, and hopefully we can find something to catch a big bag today. Catch a big bag, we're right back in there. I think the weights are so tight, I don't think anybody in the top 20 is really out of it. So I'm going to go try to catch a big bag today and slide up the leaderboard a little bit.
Yeah, so day 3, much different day as expected. We had a little front come through last night, and hard north wind, a lot colder night, colder day today, so I'm sure pressure will be high. Fish probably aren't going to bite as good, but hey, we're going to go out there and try to get a few bites. We ain't got many all week, but as long as we're the right ones, we don't need many. So looking forward to getting out there. I'm excited. I think we had 8 keeper bites the first day, 7 yesterday, and looking for about the same thing today. So we're just going to let the fish tell us what to do, have fun, and keep doing what we're doing. Glorify God every way, all the way through.
Your tournament leader, Wesley Gore, looking to take his first Bassmaster Elite Series trophy here. A great top 10 will be in with that bunch there you just heard from, and 4 more all through this day. The top 10 on camera all day long, and it is a great top 10 running more. A lot of old hands, some actually decorated legends in the sport of bass fishing, and some young guns as well. A rookie. We got a good mix out there today.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. We do have, and some big possibilities. You think about how tough the Tennessee-Tombigbee was slated to be. The weight's basically doubled to make the cut, and that's all the way down to 50th. So to bring it in the top 10, you had to have a big day one of these days, and most of the time a big day is 16 plus pounds. Every single angler in our top 10, except for 2, have had at least a 16-pound day. Now those 2 anglers haven't had a big day, but they've had 2 pretty consistent days. So you're balancing consistency, Davey, with getting that big bite that Ike and Ellie's talking about could happen today.
Well, let's get the fishing going. Takeoff is in progress, but some anglers are set up and going, and one of those is Buddy Gross.
Stay or not, that's kind of 50-50. Got one. We ain't going 0. Woo! On me.
Veteran Buddy Gross got 2 wins with the Bassmaster Elite Series through his 7 years here, and a long pro fishing career before that.
Catching all his fish on a Scottsboro tackle, Harkey style jig.
Quit it. Two, 4. Boy, that's nice. I ain't caught one that early since all week. Maybe that's a good thing.
Job number one, always put a limit in the boat. Buddy Gross on his way to that. 1/5 of the way to that goal right there. Welcome to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Yokohama Tire. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore, Davey Height, Mike Sukan. And guys, we talked about it, all day yesterday, the way these guys are adapting to these changing conditions to a place they're not familiar with. At this level, the Bassmasters hasn't been here since 2004. And they just amaze us every time. And they talk about this wind here. All of our anglers mention the wind and that change. And David, they talk about the fish don't like this wind. It's not too much the fish don't like the motion of the water. It's the clarity of the water that gets affected.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. Actually, the wind this time of year is often your friend. You hear about anglers saying the wind is your friend, but a north wind this time of the year when those fish are moving into spawn is not really your friend so much. But here's the big problem here. These anglers are fishing 2 feet and less. If the wind stirs up these silty bottoms, those fish do not like that. I don't think the fish that have already set up will leave, but the problem is more fish moving in, more fish replenishing the ones that have been caught the previous 2 days.
Right, Moore, this tournament is interesting for a number of reasons, but one of them, the fact is we're doing sort of off and on with certain technologies. It'll be live sonar this time. This is one where we're not using live sonar. We're getting to see a lot of what you might call old school techniques, slower fishing, more deliberate fishing. It's a real change of pace.
Yeah, and normally, Tommy, we come to a place like this, the Tennessee-Tombigbee, in the heat of the summer, maybe when it's at its toughest. But coming here in March, when the fishing should be good, when the fish are on the bed or near the bed, they're pre-spawn, maybe immediately post-spawn, there's shad spawn. There's a lot of good things going around that when you do not have a non-forward, when you have an event that's non-forward facing and it is a shallow grind tournament, it's good when you have so many things going for you. You do have those pre-spawn fish, those fish that are locked on to spawn, post-spawn fish that are waiting to feed up. Oh, and a shad spawn's happening. A lot of these anglers are being able to pick their poison. And maybe if the first 2 days you relied on some sight fish and some spawning fish, today it may transition to more of a moving bait with that wind churning. If you're fishing some of those harder bottom places, we know Justin Atkins' day one area, he said it's a harder bottom. The clarity's a lot better. Some of these pools have softer bottom, so they get a lot dirtier, easier. Those guys who leave today and go to a pool up or to a pool down may be in better shape than some of those siltier, softer bottom bays that we've seen guys fish close to Takeoff.
Mike Sukan, a lot of these anglers said the reason for the low expectations is this place will be picked over after day one, and that it won't be able to measure up day 2 to day 1. Got a lot closer than a lot more people would think.
Yeah, we saw guys fishing behind other guys, but they still ended up catching them in the, we had 80 limits on day 2, 87 on the first day. The average fish was still about 2.6. We had 3 more bags over 17 pounds. We had the biggest bag we've ever seen here, 18.6 from Dakota Eber. And then we had guys climbing like John Garrett and Jason Christie were in the 30s. Their big bags got them inside our top 5. Now let's see who's going to catch those bigger than average fish today and jump inside our top 10 and make it to Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Well, there will be some movement up and down that leaderboard. If you look at the leaderboard as it stands today, the top 5 are anglers who improved day 2 over day 1. The bottom 5 of the top 10 are ones who dropped a little bit. So that's an interesting, and that's kind of the way you might expect it plays out. But stay in that top 10. Yeah. That's what you got to do today. Let's get out to our leader, Wesley Gore.
Good, dude. We just started the morning. I mean, I haven't got a lot of bites any day, so, we got 8 hours. We just need to catch one every hour and a half or so, and we'll be fine. But we got a big weather change. Like I just told him, the water's dropped 8 degrees and that little area that we were in right here, and I'm sure that's going to be most places in the backwaters. So just going to have to keep fishing and let the fish tell us what they want to do. So we're probably going to move around a little bit more just because of it being more open. It's been pretty busy in this zone the last few days, so we're gonna keep fishing, lock this in our hand for the first 2 hours. I know you can get bit up till about 9:30 doing it. Just see what happens. I mean, just try to fish as much water as we can and see if we can get a bite. I know if we get one, it'll be the right one. So.
Here's a big reason, in my opinion, Wesley Gore is leading. He's fishing right now. He's staying close to takeoff. He's fishing just a few minutes after takeoff. A lot of his competitors, especially the ones in the top 10, most of them will not fish for another 30 minutes or so, having to lock through to go north or south to a different pool.
Yeah, you certainly afford yourself a big advantage not having to spend an hour, 2 hours, sometimes in some cases 4 hours, depending on how far these anglers walk getting to places, but they want to get away from the crowds. And of course, that's a little bit easier today. We're down from 101 to 50 anglers, but we will keep track of who's going where and who gets things going, gets things heated up quicker than all the rest. Big stories on the way today from Mississippi. The Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite from the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway, sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Mountain Dew. There's the lock and dam, first exit to the Columbus pool here. Our TH Marine Weather Watch shows us a really beautiful day when it gets fully warmed up to almost room temperature, 68 degrees, but cold this morning in the 40s, much colder than it has been leading up to this. Now, they've had some nasty cold fronts go through in the last 5 or 6 weeks. This one is sort of not up on that scale right now, so it should be, it'll be warming up quickly during the day, but you're always in the aftermath of a cold front passing, Davey. That's always a concern.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern. Hearing Wesley Gore say the water temperature dropped 8 degrees in the area that he's been started in every day. That's quite a bit overnight. The big thing, the big question for most of these anglers, a lot of them, including Wesley, have been focusing on a shad spawn, fishing around where those shad have been spawning overnight, and they will for the first few hours of the morning. Will those shad be as active as they have been the last few days with this cold front?
Wesley a little while to get on board yesterday. Be quicker today.
It's gonna be one. I believe that's gonna be number one. He ain't big. I don't know why I'm measuring, but
that's
I'm going
for sure
to.
A keeper, Davey. That's
definitely a keeper.
Decent
Number one.
Got to be 14 inches to keep.
It's cold. We had to swap
Not
colors.
the start that he had yesterday, but
black and blue seems to work better when it gets cold for some reason. So
every bite's important when you're only getting 7 a day.
Yeah.
Great adjustment there for him, saying black and blue. He switched to a black and blue jig. He said he feels when it gets colder that's what fish tend to lean to, because yesterday we saw him whip out a swim jig with a chartreuse trailer on it to be different than all the guys throwing white.
Yeah, he thought that was a big key. He's fishing around a lot of people on day 1 and day 2. Half the field is not with us anymore, so he should have a little more room to spread out. The big key for Wesley Gore has been those size fish. He's been able to catch 4, almost 5, even a 5-pounder yesterday. 5-pound fish here are gold, and he's been able to do that. He's staying close, been able to fish almost a full 8 hours, only getting 7 or 8 bites a day. It's been real critical for him to be able to put those fish in the boat. You saw him land that first fish so fast, a lot of thick cover. You need to get those fish out of that cover and in the boat as quickly as you can.
Super patient angler. You never saw him get antsy, move around too quickly or anything. Kept his pace moderated all day. Had the great success.
You got to catch them all 4 days to win an Elite Series event, but on a place that's difficult and fickle, and if your nearest competitors are leaving the pool and not spending 8 hours fishing, the more he can add to his lead today, just so much easier tomorrow can be for him.
Here's the veteran Jason Christie on a mission. Definitely this man this week.
Well, we started in a little spot and got a bite right off the bat, and they really told me that they were still going to bite, and I haven't had a bite in 50, 75 yards, but yesterday the shad were spawning, just starting to spawn, and there was a lot of fish feeding, the water's dropped about, oh gosh, 8 or 9 degrees. Of course, this is just a big, there's not 2 foot of water in here, so I expected for it to change a little bit. I mean, they'll eventually bite. I mean, I'm just like, but you know, the last 2 days we've had some wind blowing in here too, and it's all blowing out. The water's a lot clearer, so it's for sure different. But good news is we got all day. Little bitty one. We have all day, and we just need 5 bites. 5 of the right bites.
You can tell he's got a lot of tournament experience under his belt. That's a good way to look at it when things are slow in the morning. You got all day to get 5 quality bites.
Jason Christie would love to do well here. He had a decent start to the season at Lake Guntersville, made the cut, but finished down right at the bottom at Lake Martin, and that puts you in trouble points-wise early on in the season, and he's trying to get to that classic next year where he won the last time he was there, Lake Hartwell.
And I caught one. It wasn't the biggest one in the world, but it was a bite, so that's always a good sign. It's number 2. Get you a few bites. Slowly but surely. Just gotta keep working, brother. That ain't big. If we get 5, I won't do nothing but hold that chartreuse jig, I can tell you that. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I'm telling you, dude. I said it again and again. He keeps blessing me every time. We ain't around nothing. We're just fishing and having fun. So we'll take it. We will take it.
Heard Wesley say if you get 5, he'll definitely put that chartreuse jig in his hand the rest of the day. That's the jig that he feels like he gets the bigger bites on, just not as many bites. He only had 2 bites on it yesterday, but they were his 2 biggest fish.
Yeah, he went gangbusters with that yesterday early. Out to our rookie in the top 10, Pake South, currently in 11th place.
You may keep a little swim jig action. Look how tubby he is. Let's just hope he's long enough. I think he is. Yep, gotta be 14. Look at there, he's 15. Number 1, didn't zero again.
All right,
114. This is in decimals, so you're close. 112. Or 178 on my scale, so that's 0.03 off of being 112. Hey, 1 pound 12 ounces more than we had about 30 seconds ago.
Tell you about anything in there?
Yeah, he tell me that they're still willing to come up and eat a swim jig. Just kind of like I was saying, even though it's cold this morning and we're all bundled up, that water does not cool off near as fast. So they might still be biting pretty good today. Probably not as good as if it was really warm last night, but should still be able to get a few bites. I think the main deal is just get us a limit, calm me down, and then we're gonna have to run some new water today, unless we just get real lucky and get some big bites. But yesterday I got a few big bites. They just all missed my bait. They just short striking real bad. So just stick with it.
Big South loves the place he's in, but he says, you know, you just got to get your timing right. You can go through it and not catch anything if they're. You got to find those times when they pull up.
That's something very consistent with most of the anglers in the top 10, saying that they'd fish down an area, come back an hour later and fish down the same area and catch a couple of good fish.
Ooh, they're at the boat.
There we go. That's why you put that trailer hook on there. I mean, look at that. Barely got it. Not a bad one to start.
Look out for this guy, third place John Garrett.
Hey, he texted me last night and said, I got to keep my foot on the gas. Last year I was leading AOI after 3 events and I missed the Classic. He is our new Angler of the Year leader as of yesterday's weigh-in. So 3 events in as again.
Coming on strong. Also coming on right now, the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. Getting stronger every year. They got a big tournament coming up April 18th and 19th. Northwest Louisiana, Caddo Lake and Lake Bistineau. You can get into that, get the QR code, and investigate that Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. Tonight, it's baseball night on Fox. Catch reigning MVP Aaron Judge as he leads the Yankees against the Giants. Or Bobby Witt Jr. and the Royals take on Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Braves. Baseball Night in America returns tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check local listings for the game in your area. Yes, baseball is back this week. A week we all look forward to. Also, the Bassmaster Elite Series is back this week after a very successful Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic in Knoxville, Tennessee on the Tennessee River. Congratulations to Dylan Nutt, the champion there. Our leader here, Wesley Gore, on the board. Couple keepers so far today, nothing big so far. Dakota Ebear, one of the stars of that aforementioned Classic. Hey, so was Wesley Gore for that matter, went top 10. That's great stuff. That's the highlight of his season so far, but he's trying to make Columbus, Mississippi and the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway the real highlight of his season. Got a long way to go. If you stay on top today, that's a big step in that direction. Plenty of our anglers still running. One of them, Randy Howe, former Classic champ, and also Bill Lowen. That's part of our coverage yesterday. This is not his greatest moment.
That's a little cruel there to show that of Bill, the first shot of him. He said he knocked his drain plug out of his boat and he was having to put another drain plug in there. That's too far to reach staying in the boat. And then Randy Howell entertained us.
Did not miss a lick, did not miss anything, got the fish, and Mike Iaconelli, what a day.
Yep, he was punching himself.
Loves the river fishing, turned on by what he was seeing and the decisions he was making. He was very proud of his decision making yesterday.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, he talked to us in the lock yesterday before he ever got to his first location and described exactly what he wanted to happen. And in first cast, the shed were there. Third cast, he caught his first bass. So it all worked out. Obviously made good decisions all day long yesterday.
Great tournament for Seth Feider as well. Starting this day in 6th place, now down to 8th.
A little uneasy at the moment. Haven't had a bite yet. Watching the other guy I'm sharing the water with catch them. And yeah. Just waiting for the first tug. Definitely got a lot colder in here. And it seems like a little dirtier. That's the only problem sharing this with someone else. I can't really utilize the whole thing. We kind of split it up yesterday. This is my side, that was his side, but I'm assuming with the wind angle we've had that I think the water's probably clearer on his side, so it might be where all my fish went to, unfortunately, but it's early yet. We're just gonna take our time, hunker down. The fish that I need are in here, so we just gotta get them in the boat.
Seth made the cut at Guntersville, first stop of the year. Missed the cut at Lake Martin. mixed results so far, as is the case with many of our anglers out here today.
Heard him mention it, a little uneasy so far this morning. This is the 6th day in a row these anglers have been on this same body of water, but today it's such a different day because of the big temperature change. Just one of the variables that these anglers have to deal with. The other thing he mentioned, he's got another angler fishing very close to him, and yeah, talk about that. It's like putting on a green and there's another competitor putting on the same green at the same hole with you. So
got to be a distraction.
So, there's still some in here.
And with our classic combined with this one, these anglers have dealt with shallow patterns for a lot of these anglers and a big cold front right before the tournament or right in the middle of the tournament. The only difference from Knoxville to here was it was cold, cold rain that also fell. No rain yesterday to make cold chocolate milk happen, just overall lower the water temperature, but not add another variable like water clarity into the mix.
It's 58 degrees over here. Well, that's the other thing with the way the wind's blowing. The warmest water's probably on that bank too. Chance all my fish are over there. It's shallower down here and that cold wind's blowing this way, so. It's a 10-degree drop from yesterday. I don't think I think the fish are still around and biting, but the problem is they might all be on Christie's bank, unfortunately.
And that's who he's sharing water with.
And Jason Christie, we had him on camera day one, and he locked up twice.
Oh, yeah.
So he didn't get the results with 11 or 12 pounds that he wanted, I think. I think that's what he had, Suchi. He was right there on the cut line. So he made an adjustment yesterday to not go, it seems, and share this area with Fighter. And so that's a big adjustment as well to survive to the top 10.
Yeah, he was more than 4 pounds better day 2 over day 1.
I just feel like they're not on, the big ones aren't up there yet. Yeah.
Heard Seth Fighter saying that he had seen Jason Christie catch fish, but I guess he didn't realize it had not caught a keeper yet. There's another small one.
That should keep, I'm thinking.
Could be close.
No.
Going to be close.
Look how they're built. They're just thick.
They're lean.
No.
I better measure him. I don't think he's going to do it, but he's short and fat.
Nope. Encouraging to see him biting early today. That's the good news for sure. We haven't seen anything huge yet, although John Garrett put a good one in the boat.
For sure, right up there. I hope that's a bass, not a carp. Little bitty signs I've been looking for too is any kind of wave action up there on the bank. It'll tell you that they're trying to run something off, you know. And they give herself away sometimes when you're just watching. We've caught one fish, which is really where I caught it was a little bit of a surprise. So that was a bonus, 2-pounder. Hadn't had many more bites. Shad spawn's not firing up for sure in here. I hadn't ever had a really big one. I've had enough though I can catch one off of it, but they're not moving at all in here. I was just telling them the water's calm enough in here that I can watch right up here in front of me in just a minute. There was something on the bank. It looked like a bedding fish probably chased something off. So I'm watching for little key subtle things like that today, just trying to see if I can, because they're really, I think the bite is going to be a little bit tougher today. So I'm just watching for key things and try to capitalize on them.
Big key for Buddy's success, he thinks, is casting under all the brush you see there.
I've made here every day. I've not ever made 2. I'm probably gonna make 2 passes today before we leave.
Getting his bait all the way up to the undercut banks.
The sun shines on that bank behind me. Earlier, I believe it's on the west side. I was trying to let the sunlight get on it before I fished it because it's been the better side yesterday, and the day before it was this side. So trying to play the game, figure them out.
Buddy Gross Fish is on here. Got one in the boat already. If you like to play fantasy and you're ready for a bit more of a challenge in your fantasy, there's a game called the Falcon Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. And what you do is you pick 8 anglers for each Bassmaster Elite Series event. And once you pick them for that tournament, they are out of the pool. So you have to pick from a smaller pool through the season. Choose wisely. That's the key.
17 pounds, 15 ounces with 34 pounds, 7 ounces. The Mountain Dew Pro is leading the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway.
The last 2 days I've got to completely stay in my comfort zone, which is swimming a jig, pitching around, fishing shallow cover. The only thing I guess that is uncomfortable is the trees that are everywhere. I kind of wish they wasn't there because they just beat the crap out of my boat. But anyway, we're gonna go out there. We're gonna force that for as long as we can until we get told something different. The fish will tell us, and then we'll adjust. We may start fishing more towards the main lake because it's less likely to be affected by the cold weather.
Number 1. Okay. He ain't big, but he's 1.
4th year Elite Series member Wesley Gore loving it here. Everything but the trees anyway. But he's doing the best job of everyone from doing what you knew you'd have to do here when you go to river fishing. You've got to deal with changes. Water level, current changes every day. Sometimes the weather doesn't change, but most of the time it does change during the course of one of these tournaments. And we throw it over to you, Ronnie and Davey, to show us some baits to deal with change like that and weather.
Yeah, the adjustments, Davey, that we're going to have to go through with these anglers this morning. Wesley Gore just mentioned it as we bring it into the Bass Pro Shop's bait and tackle section. Maybe the main lake will be less affected than some of these back, ponds and bays and pockets. But if you do fish those shallow areas, this whole place is generally shallow. We saw Pake South already make an adjustment today. When you think about him throwing a frog all day yesterday, he's only fishing in 3 or 4 feet of water. What bait adjustments can you make? But we're already seeing him make an adjustment to catch fish that may not be as active.
Yeah, you see him switch from a frog, which is obviously a top water bait. Those fish have to be pretty aggressive to come up and attack this bait. He has switched to a swim jig, which he just fishes just under the surface. The other thing that you'll see a lot of these anglers do, let's say Wesley Gore that is fishing a swim jig, use a lighter swim jig so you can slow that bait down and keep it in the area where those fish are spawning better. So a lot of anglers, it's not a surprise to see them switch from the frog to a swim jig today because that's the next best option, I think. And then the other thing is switching to a lighter swim jig where they can give that bait a lot of action. You see Wesley Gore shaking that jig a lot. With that heavier bait, you can't keep it up on the surface unless you increase the speed of your retrieve. With a lighter bait, you can keep that bait in the strike zone better.
And the water clarity hasn't changed in some of these areas. It's still the same stain or clarity that we've seen the last few days, but we're seeing a guy who's thrown a maybe chartreuse swim jig or a white swim jig now switching to a black and blue. Yeah. For the fans at home or fishermen at home, when it's colder water temperatures, are these bait fish less vibrant? Are they kind of more of a dull, not a matte color, but they're not as bright, it's not as visible, so maybe a black and blue is much more subtle and much more lifelike than something bright chartreuse white?
Yeah, 2 things there. That's certainly one thing. The other thing we've already heard the anglers say, and I mentioned this morning, that shad spawn has been a big, big key for a lot of these anglers early in the morning, so they're using these white jigs to imitate a shad, a bait fish. The shad aren't as active this morning, but the bluegill in a lot of cases are up there spawning just like the bass. They're up there still, so they're going to use a black blue or something that mimics a bluegill today with the colder weather rather than the shad, because the shad simply just aren't up there this morning.
Well, if you're going fishing on your place and it's all of a sudden a cold front and they're not biting the frog, Tommy, think about a swim jig because it still works in the same water level. They just don't want to break the surface sometimes, and being 1 foot under makes all the difference.
Seen a lot of that this week, that's for sure. Back out to Jason Christie. Looking for his first keeper. He's been catching them, but No sizes yet.
I think we captured it. I think we captured one. Not the one we need, but one's better than zero. Yep.
How heavy can I put that one down for?
1-4.
Yep.
So, Seth Fighter talking a little bit about Jason Christie being across the pocket from him. There's a lot of other anglers that noticed the big move he made, and he's not one you want in the top 10 on a waterway like this.
Oh, he gets dangerous when he gets the closer it gets to the final day if he's still in the game. Think south.
He might be a keeper.
That's barely a keeper right there. He's going to be barely full.
Another 15
Oh,
incher.
yeah.
He's not quite as chubby as the other one there. Pound and a halfer.
We head out to Randy Howell. Dave, you talked about the white color and the shad spawn being muted today because of the weather. Are we going to miss it altogether, or can it still some of that happen if it warms up fast?
I think what Wesley talked about earlier is very important for the shad spawn. Where they have been back in these backwater areas more the last few days, there might still be spawning closer to the main river, the main waterway.
And it's more consistent. Like, it always has flow, so it's never stagnant water that warms up a tremendous amount. It's always going to run maybe a few degrees cooler than the bays. So when there is a temp drop, Tommy, that's less affected.
Yep. The change is less.
Yeah, it's going to be a less of a swing. It still drops, but yeah.
What attracts those fish to the back of these areas is the clear water, the water quality. Out closer to the main river is more consistent, the water temperature, but it dirties up out there a lot more. So they want to spawn in that clear, good water quality, but it is very inconsistent. Those fish have to move in and out.
Wish I'd have known that was a whole tree across there.
Randy Howell, a big day 1:17.12, fell off the pace considerably on day 2.
It's always been considered one of the better sight fishermen fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail.
Caught an 8-pounder at Lake Hartwell last year in an Elite Series event off the bed. I mean, that goes a long way. Somebody catch an 8-pounder this week goes just as long, if not more.
Randy Howell locked through, and he's already set up and going. Mike Iaconelli in the lock and now out and fishing.
Starting exactly where he started yesterday. Caught a fish on his third cast right here.
Day 3, 10 Tom, dealing with yet another set of changing conditions. Major cold front, temperature drop here, probably 15-degree temperature drop, and shift of the wind out of the north. So different day. Going to start on a shad spawn just to keep it honest, but the two things I want to do today, fish a little faster and fish a little more wide open. So they were the two things. If I go back and analyze yesterday, I was a little slow and a little stubborn yesterday. So today, a little faster pace, a little bit more of an open mind, and the goal is 13 pounds or greater, and I think we can fish tomorrow. So see what happens.
Sure, Ike's hoping he can get 1 or 2 in the boat this morning along these walls like he has the previous 2 days. Here we go. Nope. Not a bass.
Nope.
He's fishing extremely shallow vegetation when he leaves these walls and these boat docks. I'm sure he's concerned about the cold night last night and this north wind's affecting those fish, because he was fishing like less than a foot deep, a lot of the fish he caught in the grass.
And it's
the first thing I noticed, I'm like, I'm not seeing any and I'm not feeling any. A lot of times you can feel them hit the bait. They kind of like, almost feels like little nudges, but so like this is a real focal area. You see, like it's got a seawall, but anywhere it has a little bit of that bank grass blown into it, that's kind of like the super juice, you know? Like a little grass blown in, a little something different, you know? Sometimes something to offset it a little bit. And then shad do like spawning around that grass too. So that's like a double whammy spot right there. You got a wall and grass.
And the good and bad thing, Davey, about his shallow grass mats, the good thing is it's the only cover in those flat, shallow places. Like they got a long way to go to the next cover, which is a good thing because they may only stay around that cover. But it's a bad thing because if they leave it, where are they going to go? They have to swim 100 yards to get to their next place, and you may not, intersect with them.
Well, it's a long time till weigh-in time, but it gets to moving real fast toward the end of the day when you're trying to make it into the top 10. When it gets to be weigh-in time, that's 4 p.m. Eastern time. You can find the weigh-in on Bassmaster.com, but on YouTube.com, you can see Sims behind the tanks. Pat and all the gang from Stray Casts out there getting some alternate intel for you to chew on there. Well worth checking out Sims behind the tanks. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the Mountain Dew Elite from the Tennessee-Tombigbee River in Mississippi flowing into Alabama. Let's take a look at our Pro Guide Bassmaster Rookie of the Year standings, and Caleb Hudson still hanging on to that lead. Not a big lead, but Pake South moving up into second place. On that one right there, we got Pake out there in our top 10 today, doing everything he can to remain in that top 10 and notch his best finish of his initial rookie year in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Pelicans are hanging.
They are hanging
on the
tight.
Waterway.
A little cool for them this morning. They're gathered up real tight.
Yeah,
there.
They're probably looking for those bait fish as well and trying to find some warmer water just like the anglers are. Speaking of Pake South, let's get out to Pake. Very young looking but older seeming in his temperament.
My hands are cold.
Yep, it's cold this morning. All bundled up. I just had one jacket on and was wearing flip-flops yesterday, and now I'm all bundled up. But still, I've got a couple bites already. Got 2 little keepers in the live well. They're still biting my swim jig a little bit. Still started the same area as I did yesterday morning. Caught a quick limit in here yesterday. Got 3 bites so far, caught 2 of them. I'm not sure the other one was even a keeper, but we're gonna keep working through here, fish this area out pretty good, and then go hit our other 2 areas I've been fishing, run through them, and then we're gonna go run some new water the rest of the day and just go fish around. I've been kind of re-hitting some of my areas and fishing back through them. We're gonna go try to find some new water today, try to find some new fish, because I think my areas are just about burned out. Got a few big bites yesterday that just completely missed my bait, so I know there's still at least a few big ones in my areas, but there's definitely kind of fished them out for the most part. So still just covering some water, trying to put a limit in the boat, and then go head hunting, try to catch us a big bag today. I think it should pick up once that sun gets up, starts warming up a little bit. As long as it gets up in the 70s again today, I think it'll be all right. I don't think it'll be too super tough today.
Yeah, I think he's spot on right there. This morning, obviously, the big temperature dropped, the water temperature has dropped, but that sun get up this afternoon, those fish will be active again. The big missing, the key that is missing here for these anglers this morning is a shad spawn. It's been a big part of those early morning bites for most of our anglers, and they're going to miss a lot of that this morning.
Davey, there have been fewer catches this morning. The biggest one is Koya Fujita's 3-pounder, and on other mornings we've seen a couple nice 4+s get caught.
I might need you to take one step back.
Second place to start the day, Dakota Ebear.
Man, it's a beautiful morning. A little chilly, but we wrapped up comfortable. Already had a couple bites, so that's good to know. There's still a few fish in the area and a couple of them that are willing to bite, honestly. They weren't keepers, but it was still kind of encouraging. And both of them were on spinnerbait, so I'm thinking that, you know, maybe that spinnerbait might play today with that wind blowing the way that it is. So we're going to rotate through a couple areas that have been productive. I see a lot of birds over there in them trees, so I'm thinking that maybe there was still a little bit of a shad spawn going on this morning. So that could be good. So we're just going to keep rotating through these areas, but most of my bites have been coming in little scenarios like this, pitching around a Strike King Rage Bug. But that's going to be a little bit harder to do with the wind today, but some of these areas are protected, so it won't be too bad. So we're just going to keep fucking around. As you can tell, we're fishing really shallow, and my cameraman's up here on the front with me. And we a little heavier than what we were in the last couple of days. So now I'm on the bottom, but might actually can you stand on the back? There we go.
Fishing super shallow.
We was getting a little heavy up here, getting bogged down.
Not the easiest place to get around, even in the best of conditions.
I don't weigh a whole lot.
That's a nice way to say it. We're getting a little heavy up here, and I don't weigh a whole lot.
Just enough.
I'm glad he just clarified. He said, I'm a little fella, and I don't weigh a lot, but we were weighed down over here. Carl's over here like, what the heck did I do? Now he said, just a combination of us two.
But I've really enjoyed fishing here this week, honestly. It's been a challenge, there's no doubt. It looks good on paper, but it has been a challenge. But I really like fishing this way, honestly, and it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, that's the way a lot of my bites have came, is just flipping these cypress trees. And you know, these fish will spawn on these cypress trees without a doubt, because it's got good hard bottom at the base of them, around them cypress knees. And so that's key. But they're also there's a current that kind of funnels through here, and there's shadow spawn on these cypress trees too. And so there's a lot going on kind of in these little scenarios, and I really can't tell you, I mean, it's muddy. I can't tell you how many of the fish that I've been catching are actually spawning, or they're just sitting up there kind of almost pre-spawn and also feeding on the shad spawn. There's a lot of spawning going on. But, you know, but it definitely seems to be a place where, like this, where they're wanting to be. You know, it's like little places all throughout here that have been better than others. And they'll set up on there, and you might fish down through there and not get bit, and then come back in 30 minutes and get a bite. So it's just been a timing thing as much. So that's why I kind of think a lot of these fish aren't actually spawning as much as they are just
almost pre-spawn hanging out in these little current, you know, places. Because, you know, you fish down through there.
Dakota E-Bear, yeah. Go ahead.
Big key for Dakota, like you said, is refishing places, key little areas that have the cypress knees, and then the other thing is fishing slow in those key little areas, not getting in too much of a hurry, have confidence. The big difference, not having the forward-facing technology, they're pitching beside a cypress tree and they cannot see whether there's a fish there or not. They have to visualize in herself and try to imagine where that fish would be sitting. Oftentimes there's not even one there.
No. Let's get out to our day one leader, Bill Lowen.
Hey Bill, we're live. How are we feeling? All right. Well, I'm not sure really how we're feeling yet. We just started fishing. Water temperatures have dropped from like in this 68 to 62, 63. So they definitely dropped more than I thought they were going to drop. But like I said, we just started. We're just now starting to warm up from the run, and we haven't quite made it to where we've been getting bit yet. Started a little short of it this morning just to try to get loosened up and get warmed up, get a little blood flow going. So we got about another 100 yards before we should start getting a bite, but we're gonna see what happens. I mean, definitely a cold front. Big winds out of the north, so today could be really interesting.
Bill Lowen, definitely one of our seasoned anglers, been here every year of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Knocked out 2 wins in the past 5 years. Wesley Gore, though, of Alabama, the 4th-year man, looking very good today. Dakota E-Bear, saw his philosophy. He told us how he's approaching everything today. John Garrett, Pake South, Buddy Gross, Fujita Smith, Christie, and all the rest going at it today, trying to stay in.
Hey guys, Justin Atkins, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro. Today we're on my home lake, the Tombigbee River, and I want to talk to you about my Ultra-X Quest. So this trolling motor is an absolute game changer, and it's something that would have made such a difference for me to have back in the day. And those features are, this river, a lot of times current plays a big deal. It's got a lot of big spotted bass in it. When we get rains, run-ins, river current always play. So having the gold standard in spot lock, Minn Kota invented the spot lock, so they have got the best one out there. And having that to be able to stay on that exact spot and make the cast that you need to make is absolutely awesome. And then on top of that, this trolling motor is brushless, and it's the most powerful trolling motor I've ever run in my life. So getting into some of those shallow spawning holes where I got to get this 20-foot skeeter drug over really shallow places to get back in there to where those fish like to spawn is absolutely awesome. And then on top of that, with a one boat network, when you're running Humminbird units, you can spot lock on the trolling motor pedal, or if you wanted to reach down and do it on your unit, everything ties together with the one boat network, makes your life super simple.
Day on the lake with Justin Atkins. Justin, one of our Mississippi local favorites here, probably the most local of the 3. And got to spend the day with him on day number 1. Very, very interesting. Learned a lot about the place and fell out of the top 10, but now he's right now back in the top 10 with 1 fish on the board. It's early yet, though. Not all our anglers are even fishing.
Yeah, he had a real slow start yesterday. I think only had 1 fish about 11 a.m. yesterday morning, but made a good recovery. And like you say, he's continuing that this morning. See, Iaconelli switching from the seawalls and boat docks to flipping mat. That was a crappie.
Yeah.
Crappie.
Did you see that thing? That was like a 1.5 pound crappie. What the? And he come off and he just laid on the mat there. If that was a bass, I would have dove in after him.
Saw that yesterday
Dude,
with
that was
Wesley
a big
Gore.
crappie, dude.
Yeah. A good one.
I mean, there you go. Little crappie. That was a tanker. He was one of them real white ones too. White silver color.
Take it from the white perch hole there. Mike Iaconelli over to John Garrett. John Garrett, our leader. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points to start the day.
Definitely a shed spawn place here, but not in the backwater.
It's cold and windy. They really have, for me, they haven't been biting good in the morning anyway. I don't feel bad about it. But about half the stuff that I've weighed my fish on the past couple days is really choppy. And then have a few boats on my other couple stretches that are calm right now, so try something different for a minute. I don't feel bad. Nice to be fishing, I'll tell you that. Although it's cold, I would rather be here than at home.
Uh-oh.
Skeeter Boats, BFA, Jeff Gustafson, a 5-pounder. That's his first fish of the day. He's starting in the 40s. He's sitting in the teens right now, 14th.
What a great year it's been for Jeff Gustafson. He did not make our classic from last year's points race to fish in Knoxville a couple weeks ago, where he's won multiple times. But this year's turned it around. He has made all 3 top 50 cuts to start the season.
This is one he had to think, man, if I can just catch him there, because this is not set up like I normally prefer to fish, but another good tournament, like you mentioned, Ron.
It's really the environment they live in, really shallow and really grassy with silt bottom, makes it hard to trigger reaction bites. And that's about the only way to catch a really smart fish. So you just got to be patient and stick it out. But I feel pretty good still.
John Garrett won an elite as a rookie, as a well-traveled rookie, but a rookie nonetheless. Harris Chain in Florida.
And one of the more optimistic leaders coming into today saying, I caught fish all day long yesterday, and on day one I expect to get a number of bites, where Wesley Gore and Dakota Ebear have been getting 7 or 8 keeper bites a day.
Now, it may not be some prized fishery, but John Garrett, we call him from Kentucky Lake, and that's where he spends a lot of tournament time, but really lives and grew up on Reelfoot Lake to the west.
Yep.
And Reelfoot
sets up a lot like this.
Looks like a Louisiana lake more than a Tennessee lake. Cypress trees,
Sure.
dirty water, shallow nature. He is used to not only hunting around Reelfoot, but he'll do some fishing there as well. And the changes, it's not unfamiliar for him.
True natural lake.
Yeah. I didn't know that. Here's another thing I learned yesterday. Dakota Ebear grew up fishing at Chefaliah Basin a lot.
Yeah.
When I dialed a cell number, it said Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I said, hey, let me ask about this. He said, oh yeah, I didn't grow up fishing Rayburn and Toledo Bend like a lot of people think. I grew up fishing these type of waters, shallow vegetation, dirty water, cypress trees.
His name's a key to that. There's so many people in South Louisiana. Ebear. This is just a little variation on that, the Ebear. So.
Then went to college at Tarleton State and became more of a Texan then, but pre-college, got a little more Cajun in his blood. Success doesn't always translate from the same fishery year after year, but John Garrett's got to feel good. 3 great events so far this year, leading AOY, going to the Arkansas River, where he almost won there in an open, if not for a culling infraction, would have won an open back when he was qualifying for the Elite Series, and did so.
Now Wesley Gore, as it stands now, started with the 2.5-pound lead. He's doubled that lead over the course of this morning, but again, we've got anglers working for that initial limit. Some of them just barely started fishing by now.
You remember last year, John Garrett almost won down in Florida, and he had the AOY lead after 2 events, lost it after the 3rd. If he keeps it up here, he could be leading after the 3rd event, which You know, last year he missed making the class, was pretty upset about falling outside after leading the AOI. I'm sure he's wanting to get all his ducks in a row and stay up there this year.
Let's get out to Seth Fighter. Former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
I mean, look how he got it, dude. Little bass man just buried, dude. Glad I took that trailer hook off. That thing would probably been dead. I think he'll keep. Yeah, maybe I'll bust up to at least 15 incher. Number 2, a couple baggins. Every bite's gonna be precious today, though. We'll take anything we can. We worry about number 3 before we worry about culling. It just sucks. I think all the fish are over here now. It's just how we chopped it yesterday. We both started on that point right there, and he went right and I went left. And I was happy about it at the time because the first day I didn't even fish over there. I just went down this stretch and caught them all. I'm glad he went to the right. And now it's today it's going to be a problem for me. Because I only got about 30 yards of good water. And he's got a quarter mile of it.
Jason Christie must have moved around the corner a little bit there, or moved out. We'll be checking in with him. We'll be in the boat with him and Seth all day long, and the rest of our top 10. We'll also have some unmanned cameras, bonus coverage on the way for you today. But now Wesley Gore extending his lead to over 5 pounds as it stands right now, ahead of now second place Seth Fighter. Ebear, Garrett, Pake South, the rookie, hanging in there in 5th place. Atkins, Gross, Fujita, Smith, and there's Jason Christie rounding out our top 10. The fastest racing on earth continues tomorrow on Fox as Alex Palou, Joseph Newgarden, and a hungry pack battle for a win at Barber. The road to the Indy 500 continues tomorrow at 1 Eastern on Fox. Moving fast. A lot of our anglers moving on the move this morning, but most of them should be settled into their starting places now. Many of them have opted to stay close. That's a different tack. Stay in Columbus Pool here. Fish more time. That's what Wesley Gore's doing. Certainly has worked for him. Tucker Smith, though, has moved from outside the top 10 way up behind there. Such, what's going on?
He's caught his 3rd fish and hung around close and is competing for the title. He's 4 pounds back, though.
He's also staying close. All right.
You can look at our top 3, and that's a direct result of fishing close, not having to spend the time locking, going to another pool. Hopefully these anglers that lock north and south will pick up the pace here in a little bit and tighten the race up a little bit with Tucker and with Wesley.
Let's go check out Jason Christie.
It's really going to be the tale of who catches a 5-pounder today. Because some guys are going to need 3s and 4s, but a 5 will get that gap made up in one hook set.
Good one right there.
Not bad.
Not a 5, but a real good one.
That's one of the fattest fish we've seen. Length to weight.
That fish is real close to spawning, no doubt. 3.5 pounds, about 16 inches long.
It's too clear here. Yeah, like it's blowing everything out of those mats, and it's just like you can see your spinnerbait a foot deep. Dang.
The old grass is greener on the other
Yes.
side, Tommy, Ronnie.
That's right.
Definitely the case here with Seth Fighter and Jason Christie.
Just caught a 3.5 pounder that's 16 inches. It's too clear here. I got no fish. What are you doing, Seth? Go over there.
I should throw this one back. It's too
The old saying, this ain't his first rodeo.
No, he's made a few trips to the pool hall before. Back out to our leader, Wesley Gore. Wesley, a Coosa River devotee from Alabama.
He said this area that he chose to fish this week has a vegetation like he's accustomed to there on the Coosa River. This viney emergent vegetation. Some of it's already green, and a lot of it still brown from the winter.
He said a lot of Fort Loudon up in Tennessee reminded him of the Coosa River as well.
Yeah, it's very similar to Lay Lake, which is my favorite lake, at least. I guess you could say I grew up on Lake Mitchell. It's a little more of a current-driven, bluffy. There's some grass on it, but everything's mostly one-spotted bass fishing. There is some big largemouth to be caught, but Lay's my favorite. It's real diverse. This place is very similar. A lot of willow grass. There's also some nickel grass and whatnot, shallow, timber. There's a lot more timber here. I guess it's not really timber here, but stumps and cypress trees. So it just reminds me of home. I've just been fishing exactly like I would be fishing at home, Even with the weather change today, we're just gonna have to make some small adjustments and see. Just like this morning, we changed colors, swam through here with what we've been catching them on, didn't get a bite. I think when there was a lot of shad present in the grass, that chartreuse bait was making a big difference, but there is no shad present this morning. So just went to something that's a little more neutral in this dirty water, a little more compact, subtle jig, and we got 2 bites. So they wasn't great big ones, but they were a start. This is what I'm expecting to be my big player today, is my swimming lizard. It's the only thing I really don't like about today is the wind, but this thing's a bad dude on these cold front days. It's just so subtle. It'll get those fish to bite, and they don't miss it much, so that's the good thing. We just need to get a few bites on it. But I'm trying to let the sun get up, and we're gonna stay in here till the sun gets up pretty good, and then we're gonna probably start working our way towards the oxbows. Even though it's real windy and it's cold, I think the sun will help those oxbows, and hopefully we can generate a few bites throughout the rest of the day. I mean, like I said, dude, we're just having fun, enjoying the day. Gonna keep fishing hard, and if it's meant to be, it'll happen, I promise you. I know that without a doubt.
Like the changes that Wesley mentioned that he's made here. Not swimming a jig as much, swimming a lizard, which doesn't make as much vibration in the water, doesn't move as much water. As these fish, their mood changes because of the lower water temperatures. Drop, we've heard, 6 to 8 degrees overnight. They go from being aggressive towards something that's moving a lot of water, making a lot of noise, to shying away from it. So something that, like the lizard, not going to make as much noise coming through the water, not as much vibration. Those fish don't shy away from it as much. So I like the change he's made. He needs one of those 4 or 5 pounders to really separate himself from the field, like he's been able to catch the last 2 days.
So huge for him yesterday. Had a 5-pound lead, 5.5-pound lead at one point. Now it's been cut into a little bit by Tucker Smith in 2nd place now, and Jason Christie, that good one he just caught, moving up into 3rd.
these conditions set up so well for Jason Christie. We've seen him do so well. Shallow, dirty water, vegetation, cold fronts coming in where he uses a spinnerbait a lot. You see, even he's changed up a little bit. His spinnerbait today just has the one single blade, not as much vibration as a lot of these other anglers are using. Good shot there. You can tell how shallow that water is.
Boy.
Trolling motor kicking up mud.
Jason Christie also looking forward to our next stop on the Bassmaster Elite Series, of course. At the Arkansas River, Muskogee, Oklahoma. I think he can vouch for how good that place can be.
It'll be a little bit of maybe redemption opportunity because we were at Tin Killer. Literally, you could see the lake from his house and didn't do great last year. And so the opportunity to redeem yourself close to home. We know he's always going to show up big at Grand Lake, but that's never really his home lake. These two, Tin Killer and Muskogee,
All right,
are
guys,
definitely.
so here's what you need to know about fishing. Fishermen lie, but the fish never lie. And the fish are telling us it's tough right now. You know, this is a cold front scenario. Usually that first day, it doesn't affect them as much, but so far we've got no signs whatsoever from the fish. We have a crappie bite and a couple white bass bite before we went through the lock, and that's it. We don't have a bass bite yet today. I'm not seeing the shad, which is bad, and just not any life, you know. So in fishing, it's a giant puzzle. Is exactly what it is. I'm a kid from the 80s, so if you remember the Rubik's Cube, if you're watching, you're old. Remember the Rubik's Cube? That's what fishing is. And you know, you have to start solving a side before you can solve the whole Rubik's Cube, right? And so we need a bite. We need a bass bite to give us some information. So, you know, covering some water, fishing faster today. I like my pace better today, but until we get a bite, you know, we don't know what we're doing. Look at the sky too. You know, there's very few clouds in the sky, so this is a high pressure day, bluebird day, and you know, generally they're tougher days, so flipping is usually a good solution when it gets like this, but you can't rule out other presentations as well. So we're just looking for our first bass bite. Need a sign. Need some information, man. Give me some info here, guys. Somebody, give me some info.
You want to speed up when you don't have a bite, haven't had a bite, you want to speed up, but you really need to slow down during these cold front conditions.
He may change that approach sometime during the day-to-day, but for now it's still Wesley Gore started the day with a good lead and still a healthy lead ahead of the likes of Tucker Smith, Jason Christie, Seth Fider. Those three haven't made moves. You know, if you love the bass fishing, especially at the pro level, and you want the ultimate experience to get as close as you can physically get to professional bass fishing, you can become a Bassmaster ambassador. Become one of our marshals, as they say, or in Canada, a scrutineer. Just hit the QR code, find out where it's happening close to you and how you can get involved. You can do it, take the ride of your life. The Mountain Dew Progressive Bassmaster Elite event on the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Yamaha, and by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us this Saturday morning. Hope your weekend's going great. And we've got a very interesting, very different sort of tournament going here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, third stop of the year on this 230-mile long major engineering breakthrough and combination Old River, Tombigbee, Tennessee Waterway, Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. Alabama's Wesley Gore, the man on top, got a couple of fish already today.
I got a pretty good move. Tyler Rivette is now in 4th place. Day one, he was 64th. He had 16 pounds yesterday, moved up to 16th. Now he's in 4th place. Let's see if he can fill his limit out and stay up in there. He was one of the guys you'd expect to do well here from South Louisiana.
Yeah, I watched him weigh in yesterday. He said, I made a big mistake on day 1, figured him out today. Look out. Should feel right at home here fishing this shallow vegetation.
We have had, I mean, this spring, we talked about it, since that rodent on February 1st said we have 6 more weeks of winter. We really had like 5 more weeks of summer with just spurts of cold fronts. Today is obviously a temp change, but our weather has been beautiful. No wind hardly anywhere, but today is where the change happens. And I can show you guys the impact of, this is what they've been fishing every single day. You know, calm backwater places, shallow grass areas. But we saw it earlier with John Garrett. We've seen it guys on the main river. That wind, it doesn't seem like a tremendous amount, but when you get silty places, dirty places that start to get some water flow outside of the normal current, it really can change up a bite, and especially when it's got cooler temps to it as well. But when I was looking at the Deep Dive app, which is an app that you can get in your app store. It's a great tool not only for wind, but satellite imaging, water levels, water clarity, all kinds of different aspects on different fisheries. This is the wind readout from the last few days. This is the light orange and the blue the blue dots are very calm areas. And this is basically all of Thursday and Friday was very, very light wind from the south, or like we're seeing here, a lot of blue on the map. Look at that. That is a slick, calm fishery, completely blue. Now as we get through yesterday's tournament day, wind started shifting from the northwest a little bit, started to get up at weigh-in. This is around dinner time, 5:30, 6 o'clock, started to come in strong from the north. So this wasn't just a wind that started this morning. This is a wind throughout the night. And this is why some of these areas, you may think, oh, you're fishing in a shallow area. I'm going to highlight an area. Let's just say you're fishing in this area, Davey Height, and you're wondering, well, my fish have moved because the wind has maybe blown warmer water elsewhere. It's not just as simple as let's go over to this bank and catch them, because the problem is there's 10 other anglers that have been in that general region. And so we're seeing anglers now have to negotiate as this wind is really beating down in some of these calmer places the last few days. As we get to the wind now, you can see all of the banks. Let me highlight it real quick. All the banks here that have red and orange hitting them, that is where the waves are beating the banks the most and will dirty up those areas more so. And so anglers who are fishing in shallow areas, close, compact places, they may not be seeing the fruits of their efforts like past days, because those fish have slightly moved 100 yards, but they're moving into another area that anglers have been fishing that you kind of separate your water, Davey, and now you're kind of boxed out of your spot.
That's a good app. I mean, oftentimes you want to look at the wind to determine how you're going to navigate a particular body of water, but that literally showing you where you need to fish, which banks.
Yeah, and last night someone could be at their house saying, man, is my bank going to get hammered tomorrow with wind? And you can look at that future cast and say, I'm going to make an adjustment. So you wonder how some guys change up baits or change up locations on a whim. It's not just a guess. It's map study, forecasts, and everything.
More dependable than a rodent.
For sure, absolutely.
Little ones, and had a couple keeper bites, just they didn't get it real good, but still, I'm encouraged that I'm getting some bites, so that's a good thing. And the water's definitely gotten dirtier from the wind in this area a little bit, but I don't think it really matters. I don't think it ain't like it's gonna kill it. It's not bad, it's just a little dingier. But I'm encouraged to at least be getting some bites. That's good.
Dakota's cameraman really wants to be on that front deck with him.
We just need a few of the right bites.
Get a close up. Good look at what Dakota's doing.
Really hadn't dropped a ton. Definitely dropped a few degrees, but
It's still in the 60s.
Not fishing the vegetation like a lot of the other anglers are. He's fishing these cypress trees and cypress knees. Very shallow water, but just a different type of cover.
Well, Dakota E-Bear's special guy came with a big reputation to the Elite Series last year. Missed his first 5 cuts and then has made every cut since then. I think he's up to about 7 in a row and had a big moment at the recently completed Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Something which pretty much went around the world, a fish catch on its own, but just spectacular.
Yeah, we saw on day 1 Davey Height. He rolled into an area that Trey McKinney wanted to fish, but Trey decided to fish elsewhere. On day 2, the field is flipped. He goes to his spot. Trey is there. He goes somewhere else and lands this 7+ pound. We're going to call it a hybrid, a smallmouth, spotted bass, some form of a mean mouth. What a giant fish, especially in the biggest tournament of them all.
I mean, if you watch smallmouth bass, that looks like something AI created.
Dude! Dude, I don't know what that is. It's a 7-pounder. Dude, it's a 7.5 pounder. I just caught a 7.5 pound smallmouth. Dude.
Man, that was so incredible. I mean, you know, I knew there were some good ones there, but I never dreamed I was going to catch a 7-pounder there. I mean, that's unbelievable. That's a fish of a lifetime, truthfully, you know. And as much as I fished, I've only caught one other bass, or one other smallmouth, you know, over 7 pounds. And to do it in the Bassmaster Classic, that is unbelievable.
Beautiful, beautiful fish right there. And I've probably seen that catch 100 times and it never gets old.
No, it never gets old. And that fish got to be quite the celebrity. He got the royal treatment, went into the fish display at the expo there. Immediately into the tank. He was tested, and they're going to sample and test the genetics on him to see exactly what he is.
Yeah, they figured 2 to 3 weeks to get back all the results to know how much of each species is involved in creating that beast and what implications it could have for the fishery, so that Tennessee, you know, Parks and Wildlife and all of those types of organizations can have a lot of data, because fish do go from lake to lake whether you want them to or not, and managing it to make sure all fisheries are thriving is important.
And he went into the live display. That fish is alive and well.
Yes,
right now. Not on a wall
yeah,
somewhere.
he was, no, only mount of him would be replica mount.
Yep.
What we do in the Bassmaster Elite Series and Bassmaster Classic. They all return to the water from which they emerged and have a great rate of carrying on. Wesley Gore still hanging in there. His lead just getting a little bit smaller. Tucker Smith, Jason Christie, Tyler Yvette now applying a little bit of pressure. Dakota E-Bear determined to hang on into this top 10. John Garrett, Pake South, Cole Sands. We'll be right back. Day 3 semifinal Saturday at the 2026 Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite on the Tennessee-Tombigbee. Columbus, Mississippi, our fantastic host city. Moving day, we have 50 anglers who have left from the original full field that fished for 2 days, and we'll cut again today, the big cut, down to 10. Be in that list right there when it's all said and done. That's today's imperative. You can fish for Championship Sunday. Wesley Gore of Alabama looking for his first blue trophy in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Tucker Smith, he won last year as a rookie. He's no stranger to winning, that's for sure. Jason Christie with 8 Bassmaster wins, 5 of them Elite Series wins. Oh, you got some tough customers in that top 10. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
this is John Garrett, your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader.
John has certainly been mixing it up. We saw him out on the main waterway. We saw him in open water in one of these backwater places, and now he's casting right to the shallow vegetation on the shoreline.
What a great shot.
Yes, it is.
Back over to Jason Christie's. Me and Seth Fider have been working an area, sort of dividing up the real estate here.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Dude, I picked the poles up. I was going to turn. Like, what are you doing out here? You're supposed to be on the bank. I mean, like, just a subtle bite. Oh. I'm freezing and I got goosebumps. Golly. Make sure everything's
Checking his
good.
hook. Lining the spinnerbait back up.
What you want to call that one?
3, solid 3.
I'd call it a solid 3 or a 4.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, 2 choices there. The second one sounds more like reality.
So you notice that his last fish and this fish have come out off of that main grass line along the real shallow vegetation. I think you'll see him, and here we go right here. You'll see him start looking for little small targets off of the bank, and it looks like these fish have backed up just a little bit overnight, which is certainly predictable. They don't always do that, but Jason Christie has gotten 2 bites off of the bank. I think you'll see him
just a little
back out just a
there,
little.
And I marked it. You know, there's 2 things that's happened this morning. No doubt, I'm 100% the winning fish are in here. The problem is the conditions are going to make it tougher. There's 2 of us fishing in here, and he's a damn good fisherman. He's not. I mean, like, he's going to get his share. But the wind's blowing out. The first day I made a decision, you know, I just couldn't fish around anybody, and I went up and locked twice. Just never had the bites that I thought I was going to get. And then I ran back in here the first day and luckily caught a big one and caught 2 or 3. And when I started in here yesterday morning, the shad were spawning in these mats, just starting to spawn. And I mean, literally, you know, it didn't last long. But the problem, the problem with this is, I know, I mean, like, they've been on the bank, and I've had 6 or 7 bites this morning on the bank, but they're all real small. I know they're swimming around out here somewhere. Like, both the big ones I've caught this morning have just been on nothing, just out here, just swimming around. So, I mean, it makes it difficult, and that's, you know, I'm just whining the old, you guys know, the old single half-ounce covert. Just, and I think if the wind was blowing in here and it pushed these shad up, like, this is the bait on these kind of days, it just excels. I may not catch another bass, but it's just that cold, you know, that water gets cold, and that thump, 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 and it triggers them to bite. And, you know, the bites I've had this morning have been, I mean, like, they're eating it. The problem is just getting it in front of one. I mean, you look out here, it's just, I mean, you got a lily pad, I mean, a lily pad stem here, a lily pad stem there. It's nothing, not like fishing logs and stuff, so, and I'm sure there's not a million bass in here. There's enough. You just got to get them, you got to get your bait in front of them. Like last night, it's funny because yesterday morning I started in here, and the first 2 I caught was blowed up, and I was like, man, there's some pre-spawners moving in. Well, when I pull them out to weigh them yesterday, they had lost some weight, and it didn't make any sense. And giant gizzard shad. in my live well, so they're not in here. They're spawned out. They're in here to eat.
Good stuff from Jason Christie there. Look out for the rest of the field. He's figured out a little something with this weather change.
I don't know how much of that was live. Okay, good.
I think all of it, Jason.
Yeah.
That was live.
Are
you
we
taking
live?
over second
Are you
place
live?
and cutting the lead to 1.25 pounds and 3/4.
Well, I didn't know. You kept talking, and I was like, well, I don't know what was and what wasn't. So anyway, we covered all the bases.
That's like what we talked about with Iconelli's deal. When they are super shallow on that grass and those mats, that's where they've got to be. But when they move, is there a stump? Is there a small hard spot? Is there something, a log laying on the bottom that they're going to go out to? And Christie's saying, like, I've got 2 off the bank. You feel good that you're catching them, Davey Hype, but you don't feel confident of knowing where the next one's coming from.
You don't know where the next one's coming from, but for me as an angler, as a tournament angler, I like this situation because I'm going to look real hard and try to find just a subtle little piece of cover that can be holding those fish off of the bank. And here's something I have to talk about. If we were allowing them to use the forward-facing technology right now, you just spin around and you can see everything out there. You can see that little isolated piece of wood or that stump. These guys have to really just move around and look for them, using their eyes and the polarized sunglasses.
You could see in the background with that shot with Jason,
That
Seth
dang
Fighter
good
over here.
fisherman that he was talking about
Right, yeah.
was Seth Fighter.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse that Christie ain't catching them. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I thought the way my water looked, and that all my fish went over to him. And, I've seen him catch a few. They must just be shorts or something. But there's a pretty good chance we're out of fish too. I mean, there's still some in here, but these conditions ain't gonna get them all snappy or anything, so. I was really surprised where he caught that better one. It's kinda, everything I've been getting is pretty much off the mat. The better fish came out in the open. And I'm sure it was sitting on something, but not the big obvious stuff. Which is kind of counterintuitive to what I think's going on. I think the few that are here were buried up, but that thing was in the wide open.
What he's referring to there, usually in this situation, cold front come in, the water temperatures drop, those fish are going to get under that mat even farther and get in that thicker vegetation, or they're going to move totally out of it to get to a little deeper water. Jason Christie has proven that in his area, they've moved out.
Jason Christie now moving up into second place, only 1.12 pounds behind our leader, Wesley Gore. If you know anything about the last 13 years of the Bassmaster Elite Series, that's a little bit of a red flag right there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You want to follow that story, and I think we will do that. And everything else going on that we can get to for you. Got plenty of fishing time left on this third day of competition on the Tennessee-Tombigbee.
Hey, I'm Haley Meyer, and this is your Bassmaster forecast for today out in Columbus, Mississippi. Running a little bit cooler than average, 45 to wake up this morning, then we'll jump up to 65 degrees throughout the afternoon. Lots of sunshine available, so for anybody hanging out on the water, it's a pretty great day for some fishing. As a reminder, you can always download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
All right, thank you, Haley Meyer, and everyone at Fox Weather for keeping us posted on the conditions here. It's a beautiful day. I mean, absolutely perfect. Just a bit colder than it has been the 2 previous days here in Columbus, Mississippi.
You know what it is, Davey? It's one of those days where you get off the water and you're wearing your jacket and your bibs and you go to a gas station and say, where have you been all day? It's been nice on land. It's just a little chillier when you're out on the water, no doubt.
No doubt, but it's always about 30% chillier on the water at a minimum. Dakota E.B.A.S.S. Go ahead.
Especially when you see the shot of those anglers running 60 and 70 miles an hour down the waterway. That certainly cools things off with 20 mile an hour north wind.
Someone's like, where you been? I was in Alabama by boat today. Now I'm back in Mississippi.
Dakota still looking for his first keeper today. Maybe this is it.
Ooh.
You ain't gonna do it.
Maybe not. 14 inches minimum length.
Yeah, I've caught more fish today than I've caught in any of the mornings. They're just not measuring. I know he ain't. I think it's 13 inches. Just little guys. It's okay. At least we're getting bit.
Dakota's fishing. He's sucking. Oop.
That one will keep. Maybe. I think so. Got a keeper, boys. Yeah, he'll keep.
Two guys, different preferences. One's throwing a half-ounce single Colorado like Jason Christie. You got a guy throwing double willows on a cypress tree, some different cover, but same fishery.
Got the live well going at least. Like I said, we've been getting, you know, as many bites as I've had any other morning. Just ain't running to the keepers yet, but that's okay. 'Cause we got plenty of time. If they won't bite, we'll keep catching them. We'll eventually run into some good ones. He frayed the heck out of my line on that tree. The Strike King spinnerbait, half-ounce. That's a fun bite. I'll be glad to catch them like that all day. And they'll probably bite it all day with this wind. That's just, you know, I've been on that flipping program, but if the wind kind of keeps me from doing that effectively, and they'll bite a spinnerbait. Spinnerbait it is. Mr. Randy Dearman back home, he'd be proud of me. Good buddy of mine. All the old school guys watching, I know old Randy. Randy, he cracks me up. It don't matter if I was to go to a tournament anywhere in the country, he'd say, you need to throw that jig and that spinnerbait. Be at St. Lawrence River, jig and a spinnerbait. Champlain, jig and a spinnerbait. Back in the day, that's all they needed. Still all you need, really.
I was about to say, he's throwing a spinnerbait.
Yeah.
Hey, well, if you guess a jig and a spinnerbait at every fisher, you're bound to hit. And when you hit, you could hit big.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is a good tree. That is a good tree. And he choked that thing. Golly. I think I should keep casting at that tree. He might go. Be close.
Third fish he's caught around that tree. No big ones, but two of the three
good
keepers.
I shook off about a 4-pounder right there in practice on that same tree.
All right, if you like the spinnerbait fishing, this is a good tournament to catch up on your spinnerbait passion, that's for sure. Good stuff. The first two back-to-back from Dakota E.B.A.S.S. right there, having a great morning here. And man, so much on the line today. It's a very, very important day. And we have always, though, got time to check in with our colleague Dave Mercer. And Dave, I know you're on site. I know you're getting to watch the proceedings here today. We got a great top 10. We have got guys with different sorts of strengths and all different approaches, and they're all getting the job done. Well, to some degree or another, but it's just a good setup today in Mississippi.
An incredible setup, and I hate to disagree with Haley, but it isn't a great day for angling. It is not. You know what kind of day it is? It's one of those days where you look outside and you're like, looks kind of nice out. I mean, the sun is shining, but it is shockingly crisp out here this morning, and a major reason for that is because the water temperature is still pretty cold, and you got a lot of water moving. The biggest enemy of our anglers today is the wind, because what you got to remember is, you know, Kevin Van Dam, the great Kevin Van Dam, coined the line, the wind is your friend. And the wind is your friend in some situations, but not on a fishery when most fish are being caught in less than 2 feet of water. You got a lot of water quality change. I mean, we've been watching Seth Feider and Jason Christie fish one area, and you want to talk about luck being in this game. The side that Seth's been fishing all kind of the first 2 days of competition, and the side that Christie's been fishing, well, the side that Seth's been fishing is getting incredibly dirty. And Jason Christie, when we checked in with him, he said it's getting too clear on this side, which just explains how anglers think. But there's going to be that. You know, you're going to have to adjust again. I think it's pretty cool. All week we've heard about how important changes are in a river like this, and just when you think you've got those changes under control, along comes another big change that you're going to have to deal with, and that's this cold front, but more importantly, the wind.
Yeah, Dave, you're exactly right. A lot of big changes today in the weather. The other thing, Wesley Gore's been able to hold on to the lead, but Jason Christie, you just mentioned him. Tell us what would be going on in your mind if you were leading this event and you were able to find out that Jason Christie had moved all the way up into second place.
That's not the one. There's a lot you want to come up, you know, like, hey, that dude's chasing me down. When you look over your shoulder, about the last one you want on a body of water like this is Jason Christie, and especially the way he's catching them. But the unique thing is, I had dinner with Christie last night, and he straight up told me, he said, man, this could be a much different tournament. If him and Seth were not sharing that area, he said, if one of us had it all to ourselves, we would be walking away with this. But who doesn't want to see Christie challenging for this title? Like, Wes may win this tournament, and we would love to see that. But you want to see your eventual champion challenged, and there is no bigger challenge than Jason Christie. That is a scary, scary boogeyman to chase you down.
Dave, did you get to talk to Jason about his adjustment? We saw him with a camera in the boat day one, and he locked up not once but twice. Yesterday, he obviously fished in the same area as Seth Feider, so making a big area change yesterday, and now he feels right at home. Do we see one of these other anglers like an Iaconelli or a Lowen or a Randy Howe decide to do the same thing and stay closer to home these next 2 days?
Well, actually, Christie fished that area on day one, but it was just at the tail end of day one. So at the very end of day one, the last couple of hours, he moved into that area. So they've kind of known about each other for a little while now. But yeah, I think we talked about that in day one, Ronnie. You know, we're going to see the champion of this event is going to be somebody who makes adjustments like that, makes changes like that. And I think that's what has made Wesley Gore as good as he has been up to this point. Because if you listen to him talk and you watch him fish, he's fishing in a way he's very comfortable. But he's also accepting that what's in front of him is in front of him, and how it works out, it works out. He's locked that swim jig in his hand, that lizard that he's throwing, which, hey, who doesn't want to see a lizard back in the mix? It is lizard spawning season after all. He's allowing. We all know the best days fishing is when you go out there with zero pressure and you just fish and you let the opportunities lay in front of you. And when you have confidence in the way you're fishing, and Wesley Gore has an incredible amount of confidence the way he's fishing, but he's also fished different areas and covered a ton of water. So I think throughout this tournament, yes, we're going to see a lot of adjustments. This is going to be a tournament of adjustments, and that to me is what makes these non-forward facing sonar events so compelling. I love what we saw Fisher and Nyada do at Martin. I love what we saw Nutt do at the Bassmaster Classic, but I equally loved watching adjustments from Hank Cherry on Gunnersville and then again here this week. And I feel like what forward-facing sonar has done, in some ways, it's given us so much knowledge, but it's also muted some of those adjustments, some of those subtle things. But in these non-forward facing sonar events, that mute button is off and you're seeing little adjustments like that, little changes that are paying off big.
Totally agree, Dave. Fun to watch. Great insights. And Dave Mercer working hard today, as always. We'll be working hard through the weigh-in coming up starting at 4 p.m. Eastern Time down there in our great host city, fantastic host city of Columbus, Mississippi. That's 1 and 2 right there. Wesley Gore and Jason Christie side by side.
Yeah, to go a little farther with what Mercer said, I agree with that so much. I mean, when I heard Fisher and I say these fish are laying right on the bottom, looking at his forward facing, but I saw one raise his head off the bottom just a little bit. Yeah. I didn't see that. I can't see that. I mean, I really can't. Hopefully one day I'll be good enough with my Mega Live 2 that I can, but same scenario. Jason Christie saw a little something when he threw that spinnerbait over there that a lot of people can't see.
Well, not only served to make it even more interesting out here on semifinal Saturday, going to be a close matchup there on top with Wesley Gore and Jason Christie. And don't forget Tyler Yvette moving up big time. Tucker Smith as well. We've got some action out there. Despite the conditions, there are those who are adjusting and adjusting well. And we'll be right back to Mississippi momentarily. That's the object of desire here at the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway, Columbus, Mississippi. Semifinal Saturday, and all of our 50 anglers want to make it to Sunday so they can have a shot at putting their hands on that piece of hardware right there. That represents something that's very hard to do, very hard to do. Many fine anglers have labored for an entire career and not been able to actually win one of those. So you got to have the stars align a little bit. Things have to come together, and you've got to be at your best. You've got to fish your absolutely best effort in order to make it happen. Is Wesley Gore going to be able to do that? A long way from 3 local time tomorrow, so that's can't say right now. Can't say, but he's done his work so far.
That's why it's so rewarding to hold that blue trophy over your head, because you know you've beaten the best to be able to do that.
Absolutely. Let's get down.
Jordan Lee's the first to a limit. He's jumped up from 26 into our 4th place spot.
All right. We need more limits. Like Iaconelli needs a limit. He needs 1 keeper at this point right now.
Iaconelli mixing it up, fishing some different cover, very different look than what we saw him doing yesterday.
Man with a hot hand right now is certainly former Classic champ, 8-time Bassmaster winner, Jason Christie.
I mean, you just see like green come up. I know he's a keeper, but so I'll make sure. 4, 1 more 5-pounder, or 1 5-pounder. I guess I shouldn't say 1 more. Get back here so in case one tries to jump out.
I think I just heard 49 other anglers say no, and he said 1 5-pounder, and I'll be in a good spot. Wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios here at the Screen of Knowledge, doing a little bit of Lowrance Sea Map. And so with a place that's difficult to navigate, not a ton of mapping available, where the mapping is very key. We talked about this snippet of the Tennessee-Tombigbee River yesterday, and this is the main drag of the Tennessee-Tombigbee. This is a bay and a pocket system off the beaten path where a lot of these fish are going to be spawning. A lot of these fish are staging to spawn in a few weeks. And to explain like Iaconelli and Christie, where those fish are maybe under the mats one day, now they're out in the middle on a random piece of cover the next day. There's 2 ways of looking at it. You may think this area where the shallow grass mats are going to be, aligning the banks or just off the bank, these fish don't have a lot of cover to go to way off. So they have to swim pretty far to get to the next depth zone of 3 to 5 feet to get out there, because this is a map zoomed in, but these are bigger areas. This is a bigger pocket. Now, when you think about fish moving up to spawn, they're going to be here or they're going to be there, that type of deal. But when you have fish that are in the staging process and you have the tight contours to the channel swing banks, this is a channel swing bank. The deepest part of this channel swings along there. Same thing here. It swings on the outside there. Same thing there. It swings along that bank. Those are going to be banks that could possibly have more depth on them, that'll hold more fish, but those fish can move up and down in the water column, down the bank farther, and are harder to pinpoint day to day. But when you have a cold front like this that may stunt some of these fish from biting, they may not swim all the way over here, but these fish may be more reliable on those steeper banks, the ones that aren't ultra shallow, especially if you don't have cover like logs or stumps or other pieces of grass, something underneath, some hard piece of cover out in the middle to be able to do. And so when you look at your Lowrance Sea map, you may say, well, my fish are here. Where have they gone? Maybe they're out here. It's going to be hard for me to pick it off. If I go to the next high percentage place, maybe the fish that were on this bank are ready and free to bite today with the cooler temperatures compared to those who are easy to pinpoint when the water's warm and the sun is bright and the grass mats are the place to be. So looking at the Lowrance Sea map, you can not change your complete area, just slightly move and expect maybe a different group of fish that didn't bite for you yesterday. They could be the biting group today and sustain you to get to Sunday.
You need to get your hands on that app is what you need to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can
know where to move.
Try it for my cold, dead hands, Tommy.
Of course, 5.5 pound lead on Christie has shrunk to 4 ounces. But he's only on 2 fish.
So critical for him to catch 5 keepers today.
Oh gosh, yeah, he's got to do that.
Yesterday, he only had 2 fish yesterday for the longest time, but they were 2 that weighed about 10 pounds total. He's got 2 that weigh about 4 pounds now. He's got to get those other 3 keepers in the boat.
Limits are important. There's about 5 anglers within 1.5 pounds of the cut that didn't weigh in 2 limits. You know, 1 limit each day leading into this. Missed it by just 1.5 pounds, and that's a keeper. Yeah. So getting a limit, and Brian New missed it by 1.5 pounds and only had 8 fish. So he missed it by 2 keepers. He would have been well up the leaderboard filling a limit on day 1. And there's only 2 anglers who have made the top 50 with less than 2 limits. Carl Jacobson, 46th coming into the day with 9 fish total, and Jordan Lee, like Such said, with 9 fish as well. Jordan had a big day 1 and 4 fish for 9-11 yesterday, so returning to his day 1 form of a big day. Startings of a big day.
We've got another angler just jumped into our top 10, David Mullins, with 4 fish. He was in the 20s to start the day. There's 5 who have been supplanted in our top 10 already, but they have the chance to get catch-up fish and get back in there.
Mullins, who is a very good angler on the Tennessee River, probably was looking forward to Gunnersville starting the year. That's the only tournament he's missed the cut in. Made the cut at Martin. Made the cut here this week. That's the only stub that he's had. Otherwise, he'd be in the top of the leaderboard for AOY.
Coming off a win at the Celebrity Pro-Am.
He did.
With Ross Chastain at Douglas Lake.
We get to talk about that a little bit later today.
His home lake.
Yeah.
And Columbus's own Justin Atkins back in the top 10 at 7th. He just caught his 3rd of the day.
There's a good one. There you go, it's 2 pounder.
Yes. Yes. All right. Slow and steady wins the race. Not even a 2-pounder. It's about a 110. 110 or 111. Take that though. Keeper number 1. Been a tough morning. It's 9:30, and that's our first real bite. We had one other bass turn on it, not get it. So 2 bites in 2 hours is not good, but sometimes in these cold front conditions too, what happens is this sun, as the sun gets high, it'll start to warm these mats. And if they're here and they're just not biting and you get just a degree of warmth, sometimes they'll turn on. So I don't know, we'll take that one. We're not zeroing today, guys. We get to bring something to the scales at the very least. Yeah. Yeah. So the other thing too, this week I've been fishing a pit boss and a couple other creatures that had appendages on them. And a lot of times in a cold front, what I'll do is same shape, that beaver style shape, but I go to something that's got no appendages, no curls. So that's straight. The other thing, it's max scent. So when it's tough, you know, and you have to soak it under these mats, sometimes that's the deal. I've seen simply going from an action beaver to a non-action beaver make a big difference. So maybe that's it.
All right, trying to fish a little faster, but also slow and steady when he stops and actually fishes a spot. I think we're getting dialed in with Ike. He's enjoying this so much. He's loving this river fishing. We're enjoying hanging out with him and everyone else in our top 10, which we will continue to do, resuming momentarily. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite, 3rd stop of the year for the series here at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. Our live coverage sponsored by Rapala. We get some great live shots today, sort of opening up our understanding of this place that none of us are frankly very familiar with. Not having been here with an elite level tournament with the Bassmasters for over 2 decades, it takes a while to get reacquainted, but we are seeing some of the twists and turns and subtleties and the straights as well, because this is a shipping channel as well. It's a multi-purpose waterway, and we're using it for fishing this week, and we're loving it. Wesley Gore of Alabama, a slim lead over Jason Christie. He had a big lead not too long ago, and Jason Christie has been the man with the hot hand. Dakota Ebear in 3rd place there. It's been kind of a slow morning for Dakota. Jordan Lee moving up into our top 10, along with Justin Atkins.
Dakota just needs to keep casting at that one tree. I mean, 3 or 4 fish in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
what are you doing leaving that tree?
One log, man, come on. John Garrett. Good day yesterday for John.
Yeah, I don't even know what time it is. Mid-morning update, sometime in the morning. It's been very slow. I've had 4 or 5 keeper bites, caught 2. No, I haven't had a good bite yet. Just a lot tougher. I mean, every day in this area is going to get tougher and tougher. Still feel good. I don't know if they're going to bite later or not. There's a little activity early. And that's been it so far. Really, my juice across the creek over there is just completely blown out. And I'm going to take my Band-Aid off. I can't throw with it. Maybe that'll change stuff. But no, I mean, 2 little ones, we need a long ways to go to get where we want to get. I mean, I'd love to get in that mid to upper teens again to have a chance at this thing. Been having a hard time this year putting multiple good days in a row. I've been having up and down days all year, or up and down tournaments, you know. One good day, one bad day, one good day, one bad day. And I don't know why that is. I feel like I've been making good decisions. I just bites aren't coming like they normally do. But not much of an update. Caught a couple little ones, and we're just real slow going right now. I feel like that they're just hunkered down, not biting very well. So we're just trying to pick every little branch and blade of grass apart, try to hit one on the head and make it bite.
Definitely a little slower today for some of these anglers. I guess the majority of them is a slower start today. Maybe not in numbers, but if like Wesley Gore hasn't been catching a lot of fish, but the size of his fish today are much smaller than they have been the previous 2 days. Jason Christie.
And Gore's been the guy who's been the most consistent. Everybody else has had one of those big days with a smaller day.
He had 2 big days.
he's the only one really who had. Dakota Ebear had nice 13, 10, and 18.
Things will pick up though as the sun. We've heard 1 or 2 of these anglers mention that as the sun gets higher in the sky and the radiant heat on these shallow water areas and on the vegetation, even the cypress trees, the cypress knees will absorb some of that and should help
even on those warm nights that we've had the last few days. Anglers don't always pick the best starting spot. They were making a good guess or a good decision. But these guys are going through the same areas and on their second or third pass catch fish better than they did the first pass. It's sometimes time of day and sometimes, like you said, sun angle finally gets to heat up that stuff a little bit more.
Solid into spring now. That sun angle is way different. The radiant factor is going to play big.
Now for the guys who lock through to the south, you know, and spend that hour and a half or whatever, now their compressed window when they were biting good and quick
enough, it happens, you know.
It's a little bit more of a vice grip there where I really got to catch them now. I got 5.5 hours and I got to catch 5 bass. I got to figure that out.
Do we know if anyone locked twice, headed twice or more today?
Let me look at the map and see if we got.
We had a few that did that yesterday, 2 or 3 locks.
I see.
I don't know if there's not many in this area or if there's not being talkative.
I see 2 anglers who locked twice south.
Yeah, some here and then none everywhere else.
And then about half of our, I'd say about 24 of the 48 other anglers either locked down once or locked up once, and then there's 24 in the local pool.
Yeah.
I would, if I was going to lock twice, to roll the dice in this tournament and looking at the forecast, as much as you can believe a long-range weather forecast, today would be a better day to do it for me personally than yesterday, because if you're locking twice, you're missing the shad spawn, the best part of it. And yesterday the shad spawn was definitely a big part of our leaders' day and their weight, where today it's not been as good, even for the people that traveled 5 or 10 minutes and started fishing when the shad spawn should have been wide open. It just wasn't because of the weather change and the colder temperatures. So you're really not missing that shad spawn today because it didn't even really happen very good. The time you getting there today wouldn't matter as much to me as it has the last 2 days.
That's a good way of looking at it. Different than I initially thought, but yeah. And I guess if the weights do go down overall today, top end weights, even if you went down with less time and struggled, you're not going to lose as much ground as you would have on a day they're biting locally better, and you're losing time.
Sometimes, if it was a big river, if we were on a big portion of the Mississippi and the 20-mile-an-hour north winds would cause you to travel slower, you'd have to think about that. But this is not the case here. These anglers can run wide open speeds.
Well, if you like to follow the pro angling and if you really like to make predictions, which who doesn't, Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, the original fantasy fishing game. Something you definitely need to check into. Pick out 5 anglers for each Bassmaster Elite Series event from 5 different buckets based on their performance so far this year. See how your team performs versus everyone else, and versus your buddies, maybe. Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Bassmaster Live action for you here on this Saturday in March. This is the 3rd stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite on the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. Here in the state of Mississippi, also flowing into Alabama. Wesley Gore of Alabama, our man on top by all of 4 ounces. Ahead of Oklahoma's Jason Christie, the former Classic champ, the winner 5 times on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Wesley Gore looking for his first trophy out here. Could be his time, could be, but we got a lot to settle between now and 3 p.m. local time tomorrow. That's when they'll start the weigh-in for the final reckoning. But today's weigh-in will decide who's in that list right there. You got to be in the top 10 if you want to move on. Let's get out to the day 1 leader, Bill Lowen.
Well, it ain't good. I have pretty much fished one whole side of my good area, and I've had one little bite on a swim jig. When I say little, I'm talking about little. I'm not getting any bites. I don't know if it's because of the front. I just started flipping, and I had a bite that I missed, and I just caught a 12-incher. So it's not going very good. It is, I didn't think it was going to be great, but I thought I'd at least have a keeper by now. I just picked up a brush hog and made about 3 pitches with it and had 2 bites. So I'm going to pitch this around just for a little bit here and see if I can get a couple bites. I don't know. It ain't good, that's for sure. But we still got time. It ain't over till it's over.
Definitely a big change from day 1. He made it sound easy. I think it was easy for him on day 1. He took the option of locking twice to get farther away from the other anglers, and it worked out, and he was back waiting on the lock. You know, it all happened just within a couple hours. Only fished half of the areas that he thought were good, and this weather change has definitely changed Bill Lowen's plans.
Yeah, the weather changes the story. The 2 best at adapting to this changes so far today. 2 former classic champions, Jason Christie and Jordan Lee, are only 2 over 8 pounds so far.
JT Tompkins just jumped into our top 10 with 9.5 pounds. Our 3rd limit of the day. David Mullins, Jordan Lee. 7 anglers have climbed into the top 10 from outside.
We're going to be moving pretty quick. I could probably just go on the trolling motor, because I'm just going right over there. But
remember Jeff Gustafson's 5-0 earlier? He's caught a bunch of 2-pounders. He's in 4th place, 11.25 pounds.
I'm not going to, you're going to have to stand back.
Yeah, dude, they're already cleared.
All right, let's get to another former classic champ, Randy Howell. Winner 2014 on the Tennessee River.
Randy, what's your plan today?
All right, we made another move. I moved back down here. This is the area, the zone that I caught them the first day, and not the same pockets. There's a bunch of other water close by, but I think it's just an area that has fish in it, has some potential. So we're gonna fish some of this grass, some of this stuff on these outsides, and see if we can catch some keepers, and then move around some more. see what happens. We're going to explore a new lake right over here in a minute. Got to find some fish, though. I know that. We'll do it really quick. See how fast I catch those little ones. You start catching some keepers that fast, and you'll be all right.
Wind is going to start dying down inevitably as we go through the day. When it went through where we are yesterday, it wasn't too long that it blew. There's a limit to it. So
that'll open up some of these areas. You can tell the anglers, for the most part, have been avoiding the wind as best they can this morning. Still blowing right now, and you can tell where Jason Christie is and Wesley Gore there. Protected from the wind. Saw Randy Howell mention you need to hurry up and find some fish there. You really need to slow down, but it's hard not to want to hurry up when you're only have one fish in live well, maybe two.
Yeah, that's kind of tough because they've been making it on being slow so far, and we got to switch things around because of urgency.
Yes.
Hurry up and slow down.
Yeah,
yep.
That's it.
Seems odd to say that, to hurry up and slow down, but that's exactly what someone like Jason Christie or Jordan Lee, these anglers that have a lot of experience, understand how to do that.
Yeah.
And most of them, I shouldn't just single out those two. These are the Bassmaster Elite Series pros. They're very good at what they do, every single one of them.
Things have tightened up in our top 10. The top 10 now separated by 4 pounds and 7 ounces now. A little bit more spread out when we started the day. Kyoya Fujita moved into that top 10 not too long ago. Key adjustments. That's what's paid off so far. And if you've got a couple of 3 fish in the boat, you're ahead of a lot of people right now.
Yes, absolutely. We've seen a few of these anglers make those key adjustments. I think we'll see more of that this afternoon as that sun gets a little higher in the sky and the water temperatures warm up from the 6 to 8 degree drop yesterday afternoon and last night to this morning. But we've seen some good fish catches by a few of these. I think we'll see a lot more of them.
They swap colors.
Just about out of our fishing time today. We've got some live IndyCar action coming up next on FS1 from Barber in Alabama. IndyCar NICS practice is on its way just around the corner. And at noon Eastern time today, our coverage starts on Fox Sports, 1 hour's time. That will be fun. Thank you so much for being with us on Bassmaster Live as we continue to work our way through semifinal Saturday on the Tennessee-Tombigbee River, the Mountain Dew Elite.
It is my second favorite day of the week, and that is semifinal Saturday. Favorite, of course, Championship Sunday. Third stop of the 2026 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. And this time, Mississippi, the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. And it has been a challenge. And just when you thought that challenge couldn't get any more challenging, along comes a massive cold front, 40-degree air temperature difference, a blasting wind, but 50 anglers remain, and 10 of them will figure out exactly what it takes to get into Championship Sunday. On set with me right now, we've got Austin Cranford, a Bassmaster Elite Series rookie, and Stetson Blaylock joining us. Two guys who reluctantly are here. This is the kind of tournament where I would have thought both of you would have played, but that's the case for a lot of people in this tournament. This was not an easy one.
Yeah, no, it's, man, for me, this probably one of the biggest challenges I've had in a long time, coming into a river system. You know, you kind of look around on what you think you need to be doing. And if you don't ever get dialed in on something, it can be challenging. And that's what happened for me. Just never could get comfortable in an area. The locks kind of got me this week. It was definitely a tough.
Well, let's get caught up with things with our Toyota midday report. We'll start it off with a guy who is riding the baby pattern, and it is alive and well. Dakota E. Bear having a big season and a big week here this week.
The baby pattern does not stop.
That is a
I'm telling
good
you,
tree.
It will go on through the
Man,
entire
we
year.
choked that thing.
I've had it myself, and this guy's going to continue to catch it.
He's your pick for Angler of the Year,
He's
you
my
told me.
pick for Angler of the Year. Yeah, unless I win every single tournament to finish the season, then I'll win.
Go back to the
Oh,
tree.
okay. Well, yeah.
Look at how he
Makes
catches
sense.
that.
Dakota, obviously a very versatile angler in a lot of different ways, but a guy that you don't want over your shoulder in these conditions is this dude, the boogeyman, Jason Christie, a 10-time Classic qualifier, obviously a 2022 Bassmaster Classic champion, and a mover today. Started the day in 5th place, has moved his way up to 2nd place. And if you're Wesley Gore, that is not the dude you want chasing you down, is it?
It's not, and especially, let's talk about his first 2 events of the season. He's had 2 tough tournaments, so yeah, getting him on a roll is not something you want to see.
Well, there's your tournament leader, the man with the plan, saying catch me if you can, but maybe not saying that to Jason Christie. 2 fish in the box so far, but doing something that he loves to do and has a ton of confidence in.
Yeah, and I think that if he can just survive today with these colder weather, and if it warms up tomorrow, I think that his bite will get better. So if he can just hang on and stay close, I think he'll have a chance on Sunday.
He has not played a big,
Just gonna take her.
not been the numbers game for him, but the ones that he has gotten have been a lot better. This time yesterday, he had 2 fish as well. The difference was yesterday it was a 5 and a 4. Today he's got 2 1.5 pounders. There, a look at our top 10.
Tucker Smith.
Yeah, Tucker Smith made a big move today, and you see how much of a difference a limit makes. I mean, both our anglers with a limit so far is Jordan Lee and David Mullins, both of them inside the top 10. So limits are not going to be, I mean, limits weren't guaranteed in this tournament, but they seem to be a little more stingy here this week. The battle to get inside that top 10 and make your way into Championship Sunday. And this is one of those tournaments where this morning it felt like, well, Wes is kind of walking away with it. He's got a bit of a big lead. But remember, he's got 2 fish. If he fills out his limit, things could get a lot more safe for him, let's just say.
Well, one thing I noticed, these limits and fish this morning look a lot more like what I expected to see and what I was catching, you know, is just quality keepers, not those big ones. But Gussie there's got a big one already today. I think he's going to be, you know, if he has something going to get those, I mean, he's close enough. He could make it interesting as well.
Out in the water live with Mike Iaconelli. Mike with 1 fish so far.
Oh my God. Yeah! Holy hell!
That's a giant.
Holy hell! Driftwood! He's on driftwood! Driftwood! 4-pounder all day long.
This
Driftwood!
honestly is so awesome to sit back and
4-pounder
watch
all day
this go
long.
down.
Now
It's
listen,
been a long time since we've
There
seen
are
this.
some things
excitement
going on
from
here.
him.
We do have a warming. It is warming, and these mats are superheating. But dude, making that switch right there, I'm telling you, I'm not kidding. Cold front days, a little less action on a bait is not a bad thing. Max set.
Yeah! That thing, dude. Now that's a legit 4-pounder.
That just changed my tournament. One swing of the bat just changed my tournament, and that's not a joke. Wow. There's my kicker. Guys, 3 more keepers. That's all I need now. That's my mindset. That is a legit 4-pounder, dude.
That's probably the biggest fish I've caught this week. Driftwood! Freaking driftwood, dude! Isn't that crazy? I stayed at a hotel one time called the Driftwood. It had red carpet. The TV was still black and white, smelled a bit moldy, but back in the day, listen, I wasn't always this bougie, guys. Back in the day, I was cutting cost, sleeping in my truck, Brandon Palnick style. Now, no more driftwood hotels for me. Just that kind of driftwood. Wow. Oh, I'm getting hot. I'm getting my hot flashes. I'm going through menopause. I got to get my jacket off. Oh man, menopause is bad. Ugh, male menopause.
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 Holy smokes.
That was a fantastic few minutes.
I believe that fish came off driftwood.
I believe so.
I think I heard there.
Ought to be one there, guys. Ought to be one there.
That is a unicorn.
How funny is that? But not just one, that's two fish and one fish. That's literally what that is. Catching that, you've caught two fish. You know what I mean? Oh, gosh. Freaking.
When you refer to that being a unicorn, do you mean this fish or Iconelli?
Both, honestly.
It's true.
I mean, that was a fantastic fish catch, and I don't know why he was screaming driftwood, but I like it.
Well, it came off driftwood.
I get it, but he was really excited about it.
Yeah. He is a unicorn too. I mean, that fish is a unicorn, but he is a unicorn in the way that he is the exception to the rule. I look at all the bass fishing Hall of Famers, like the real superstar careers, and they're all so calm and he's a total spaz. Like that is. I mean, he's calmer when he's off the water.
Okay, so
10-12.
He's
and I've
retiring
had 3
next
bites.
year.
One head butted it, missed it. I caught a 1 3/4 pounds, and I just got my 3rd bite, and it was a 4-pounder. And that's a big, big moment for me, because when it's tough like this, every bite counts. So to catch a 4-pounder, guys, that's 2 fish in one. That's literally like catching 2. So it does 2 things. It gives me a kicker, which I knew I needed today, and it also gives me the confidence that they're here, so big moment for me right there, just catching that. That's the biggest fish I've caught this week by far, and gives me confidence I'm in the right area. The other part to this equation, and I'm a big believer in that you match the action of the bait with the conditions, okay? The last two days out here, we've had warm front, warming conditions, right? Warming conditions. This morning, cold front conditions, falling water temperature, falling air temperature. So I changed baits to something that has no action. It's just a beaver with no legs. And when I made that change, I've got my 3 bites. So, combination, I think, of these mats warming up, you can see that solar warming, and switching to a bait with less action. And I think that's the key. So we need 3 more keepers. Holy smokes.
So he's retiring this year. Who takes his place personality-wise on the Elite Series?
Oof, I don't know that anybody. I mean, there's one Iconelli. There's one Iconelli. Well, how about you? I mean, get in there. Just start screaming, yelling at the structure you caught it from.
Well, you got to catch big ones and start yelling, I guess.
Okay, well, we'll see that in the future here.
Oh, we will.
I don't know that Iconelli is replaced, but I also had, there's a part of me when he told me he was going to retire, I said, what if you go on a real heater?
Exactly.
And he goes, I'm like confused. So Iconelli rolls off a win here this week.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much retired.
I was kind of thinking the same thing.
Who knows? Awesome to see, though. A great week. and Iaconelli is so. I mean, here's one of the cool things that I do love. No matter where you sit, I love that in these non-forward facing sonar events, we don't see that kind of information given because, I mean, graph fishing is a lot more like, let me just slump over here and not show you what I'm using. Iaconelli just hosted a TV show for us, and I love it. 50 anglers remain, all of them with one goal, and that is to make it into the top 10 and fish Championship Sunday, the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. But they're not the only ones with a challenge in front of them. TH Marine Fantasy Pick'em. Pal Jesse, you're the master of that stuff. How's that going for you?
I would say I'm the keeper of that stuff. I wouldn't say the master by any means. Certainly not been good for me this year. I think coming into this tournament out of, I've only had 10 right selections, which is not very good. Not very good at all. Pretty sure that number is going to go down this week as well. I'm just looking over it right now and missed the mark again.
They always ask us what happened this week. What happened to you? What's going on this year?
I got in a bad rotation. It was a really bad rotation.
That's exactly what the answer should be.
A guy who is in a good rotation is one of our biggest movers of the day, and that's Jason Christie, hooked up live.
I saw him move. It's not too shabby. I didn't think he was that big.
It'll be his limit
All
fish.
Right, we gotta do some culling.
I guess not. Guess he's already got a limit.
You mind trading me spots?
So he's fishing here close.
Mm-hmm. You can move up there if you want.
So I spent most of my tournament right here close. I made that choice. You know, I did that at Winyah Bay, and it paid off staying close. The one day I practiced here. See, I spent 2 days of practice down, and for me, I had more bites down there, but the quality was definitely better up here, and I feel like
245.
You're seeing that with these guys over the first 2 days, and that's why I chose to stay the first 2 days. But looking back, you know, I did definitely get out fish, but I think it was more about they had the exact little stretches dialed in, and I was just going to kind of run around and do my thing and just kind of fish all through the area and bounce around, and that definitely didn't work. But you know, you see, you live, and you learn, and it's amazing how you know, this is a long time for me doing this, and I talked about it earlier how Christie's had 2 bad tournaments to start the year off, and how a little bit of momentum can turn it back around for you. And for me, going to another river system, I've got to be able to figure out how to dial this in and get these rivers figured out quick.
Listening to Pake South, Elite Series rookie, but somebody you want to keep your eye on.
First day, and caught my biggest fish yesterday in here.
That happens a lot.
And had another really big one miss my frog in here. We're gonna go try it out real quick and see if we can get bit. We still are stuck on 2 keepers. It's pretty similar to all the other stuff I'm fishing, just some backwaters, getting a little bit cleaner water, some cypress trees, grass. Go back here and flip my power hog around and see what bites it. Hopefully something, because we still need 3 more keepers. And it is skinny getting back up in here. We're just sliding on bottom.
Pake South obviously set a record for the biggest winning way to Bassmaster Open about a month ago, I guess, in his 3rd Elite Series event, and already made a top 10. Did that at Lake Martin. He is, if you talk to anybody from East Texas, they have been telling us for years he is coming and he is here. And trust me, keep your eyes on that young angler. Got a bright future ahead of him.
I've gotten to know Pake a little bit and talked to him a few times, and just by chance meeting him at different boat ramps and just sitting there and visiting.
They can be that
he definitely
size
has
so
a
much
confidence
and not
that's very noticeable.
A little bit bigger.
Like a little bit from that every time I talk to those guys, because they have so much confidence in their ability. Where for me, I've been out here doing it so long, you just fish and do your thing,
Man,
but you got to remember there's a reason you're here, and you got to keep that in the forefront of your mind every day, and kind of let that slide this week. And it's
no, nothing is too shallow.
Every minute that goes by, it bugs me a little bit more. So,
All
right, I'm Buddy Gross, having a good tournament.
Spend my last few hours on the best stuff I got. So it don't take long. I mean, it's not ever like a school fish, but for all my buddies back home, I am trying, I promise. And Brett, I got a good friend of mine that helps my daughter on horses. He just had hip surgery. Brett, if you're watching, hey buddy. I told him I'd give him a shout out. What's idle?
Buddy was definitely thrilled with the early bite, almost acted as if that was a bit of a bonus fish, but certainly slowed down for him a lot. But we are nearing up on what we've talked a lot about being kind of the best window numbers-wise for those 3+ pounders, and you'd have to think that's going to elevated.
I'm going back here if there ain't a crab back here. There's some docks back here, and I had like 4 bites on one dock the other day. Just as well. Shook them all off, but I don't think there's giants, but we need to see if we can get a bite at this point. I hope we don't get stuck right here. I ain't never been across right here. I'm going to try it. We may wind up high-centered. This place is so crazy. It's 8 feet deep right here, and everything around this little old hole right here is 1.5 feet. Have a good drone shot of us out pushing it if we get stuck right here, though. I'm going to slow down just in case, because I really don't want to have to get out of the water.
That was the biggest challenge for me this week, is just managing how to get around here. And then once you get in a spot, you fish through your best little stretch, you don't get a bite, then what do? Do you just turn around and idle for an hour back out? And I think that's still going through my mind right now, is what in the world did I do wrong as far as picking those areas?
I only care about one little bit
picking areas where you
here,
can
so
get in and out,
because
you just can't, no matter how well you know it, if you run those places, any piece of driftwood that comes in there or a stump that you don't know is there can end your day. So it's a dangerous place, no matter how good it looks.
10:30 though, and usually by now I got 12, 13 pounds, so I guess I can rush when I'm in that position.
And he's telling you exactly what was going through my head the first 2 days. I've had a lot of tournaments where it's gone right the first 2 days, and day 3 it does this exact thing to you. You're just happy that it's happening on this day instead of one of the first 2, for sure.
Something we talked a little bit about yesterday is you compare this style of fishery and a lot of these river systems to a highland reservoir. Like, the only thing that's keeping you from going to another spot is time and your desire to get there. Well, here, there's a lot more at play, whether you're trying to lock to another pool, whether you're trying to get to a backwater that, like you said, is going to take you 40+ minutes to get into. There is a lot that these anglers are having to manage, and it makes it even more tough when you're having a slower morning like Buddy is.
Well, yesterday at 8:30 in the morning, I was already trying to decide, should I go run to the lock and try to get through it and spend the rest of my day down and then come back late? You just, when you start off at 8:30 in the morning, you're already second guessing your decisions and what do you need to do, and the fish aren't biting the way that you think. You should already have 2 or 3 in the box. It's these top fisheries, to me, are what makes you. If you can understand and learn how to, if you have a bad tournament, you got to pick this up quick and figure out how to make those adjustments mentally. I say this every time. It's more mental than anything else. How to stay focused and make it right for the next go around, which for us, fortunate that we get another shot, in a couple weeks here on the Arkansas River. So I'm looking forward to it. I just got to be able to manage the time a little better.
I had it all figured out.
Backing up your point, it's all about those decisions and the decisions you just don't have an opportunity to recover when you make decisions. And when you're base, prime example, where all those guys would make a big run. Well, you can't, if you get to your area and it's the wrong area, there's no righting the ship. You wrote the day off.
Yep, you're there. And I actually went in this backwater that he's in on day one, and I stopped before going through that little chute that he idled through, and I didn't go back in there. And now I'm like, what did I miss? You know, I had a couple hours left in the day. If I would have just went through there and spent my 2 hours in there, could I have caught 13, 14 pounds? I guess we're about to find out.
That's the other thing that he just mentioned right
Correct.
there. Because you do all the work to get back there.
Yes.
And you don't know. You've been back there, and there could be 3 other boats that are already there and have been blistering them.
That's right. And when I got into a couple areas and there was boats in there, you already in your mind, as soon as you put the trolling motor down, you're fishing used water.
Yeah.
And as tough as it is, I'm like, well, the best I can do is catch a keeper now. And I've got to get that out of my head, because these guys are fishing the exact same water over and over and catching fish that are moving in.
Yeah, I forget who it was. Somebody on stage actually said that was their pattern on day 2. They had to fish behind someone, because on day 1 they said, I just caught bucks. Day 2, just behind someone, I think they caught the bucks and I caught the bigger ones.
Exactly.
I don't know if that theory's correct, but what we've been predicting all morning is the scary guy that was in second is no longer in second. Jason Christie pulled his way up into the lead with 39 pounds, 11 ounces. And look at Jeff Gustafson. A 5-pounder goes a long way. Bassmaster live casts, and everybody wants to be sitting in one seat, and that is our Yeti hot seat. Well, only one guy can sit there, and it'll be hard knocking that dude out of it. Jason Christie, our tournament leader, and currently will be loading our Yeti hot seat if weigh-in was right now. Weigh-in this afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern time. You can watch that on Bassmaster.com. And it's going to be a fun one, because this is look at the top 10. Jeff Gustafson. I mean, he was elated last night to have made the top 50 here, because these are his nemesis. But with that 5-pounder, he's right in the mix in 3rd place and might be fishing on Championship Sunday alongside his roommate, Jason Christie, who I would imagine is going to be part of that. And speaking of leaders, there's your day 1 leader, Dollar Bill Lowen.
Yeah, having that 5-pounder in the boat early in the morning. I mean, he's got a limit right now for 12:15. Still has a 112 and a 111 in there. That's a great start to building a really big bag.
What place was he coming into today?
He was, I'm going to say, mid-30s, maybe?
42nd.
Wow. Yeah, 5-pounder goes a long ways. I was saying that, yesterday, knowing just one 5-pounder could get me inside the cut, and man, it's frustrating to not be able to get that bite. You know they're there. They're swimming around. You're in the right area, but it's just hard when you zigging when you should have zagged.
Our day 2 leader, Wesley Gore, not been playing a quantity game, but definitely quality up to this point. Today, 2 fish, not really, kind of just keepers. But at this time yesterday, he had 2 fish. Difference was that was a 5 and a 4.
Absolutely.
That's a good one.
Seen him do something a little bit different here than what we've seen the rest of the week.
Good. Maybe keep it up. Be long.
Right.
Be long, spotted bass. Be long. Maybe. Yup. Number 3. He ain't big, but we'll take him, baby. 1-pounder. I'll take 2 more of them.
Let's get back over to our current leader, 10-time Classic qualifier, 2022 Bassmaster Classic champion, Jason Christie. Oof.
Just when I think they're not spawning, they're spawning.
They prove you wrong. Heck yeah.
Notice that fish was out off the hard cover. That was on some, looked like a little piece of grass out kind of off the bank.
That's what I was going to say. It's really impressive. We'll try to hear a weight here.
What was he?
2.
Or at least what he says it's going to be.
Oh, don't fall.
2 pound even. Okay. But yeah, to your point, one of the most impressive things this morning was Jason Christie in the same area as Seth Fighter. Had caught all of his fish up on the bank in the grass, had moved out off the bank and figured that little deal out. So
back over to Buddy Gross, has made his way back in that area. We saw him making his way in there. We're gonna get an answer to your thought, Stetson.
Well, thank you, Lord. I'm glad we came in here now for sure. Ain't no giant. But it's gonna keep. I'm pretty sure I had another one back there too. $2.7. Got a whopping 4 pounds.
So I definitely underestimated the number of fish in these areas. You look back, there's nowhere for them to go. They're going to live in those clear backwater ponds. There's a lot more fish in there. And as it's been so hot, you kind of think, man, they may be done spawning, but it's still March and those fish are still moving in and new waves will keep moving up to the bank. And I think that's the biggest thing that I missed is this is a prime example of a spot that I could have spent all 4 days and never left an area like that and just milked it for all it was worth and had a good tournament. And I didn't do that. I tried to play the get a few big bites and kind of bounce around, and it just got me, making too many moves. And you're seeing these guys that are having good tournaments kind of fish in these areas that looking back that I love, and I just never really spent enough time in them to kind of dial it in.
I really want to go up there pretty bad, but I'm afraid when I get up there, it's such a commitment.
Were any of these areas clear enough to where you could see beds?
Yeah, you could have seen some beds, but more than that, you could just see some fish moving around. I personally never saw, I think I saw one fish that was actually on a bed the entire week, and mainly the fault of not really looking as much. I just tried to fish and not get locked into having to see fish to feel like I could catch them.
Right there where I was caught down, the seawall fell.
Looking back, some of these places I didn't spend enough time in. I should have made one pass fishing and then made another pass really looking to see if there was fish up or see if there was beds there that they could move up to.
Everything else I've been fishing has been tree related, so this is really not part of the game plan. But I had like 4 of these jigs when I came here to practice, and I lost 2 right away, but they was biting it. I drove all the way to Birmingham on Tuesday to practice just to get some more jigs. Scottsboro tackle, give them to my wife. My wife met me in Birmingham. It's got me here so far, though.
Bassmaster Classic trophy spent a few days at Scottsboro Tackle. And then went to a frat house. I think it's still there.
you don't see too many guys throwing a jig and actually fishing it on the bottom this time of year, especially on a river system. You know, it's way more soft plastic related. I kind of wrote the jig off.
Sure.
And maybe that was a mistake as well. But, you know, it's fun to go back and watch these tournaments, learn from your mistakes. Not only is it fun to watch, but it's fun to go back and make it right.
Is it really fun?
It is. I love it.
Just using that word? No,
I absolutely
feel
love
like
it.
it. 50 anglers remain in this event, trying to battle it out here in Mississippi to get into Championship Sunday at the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. And this waterway, it has been a challenge for our anglers. If you spent any time on social media before this event, you saw a lot of boats on a lot of different obstructions. Normally, we don't see that much air under your boats unless you guys are in the Great Lakes, but a lot of it here this week. So the challenge isn't just catching them, it's getting to where you catch them. And when you get there, it better be the right decision, as we've talked about.
Absolutely. And what's frustrating about it is you can do all those things. And if you don't stay long enough, or if the fish don't pull up, or if you throw a moving bait when they wanted something on the bottom, you miss it by that much and your day's over. And it's just a very, very challenging. But it's one of these fisheries that once you figure it out, it's so much fun because you can run through an area that's got other boats in it and catch them behind them. And it just never happened for me. I looking back, it just blows my mind how I missed such little details of this tournament. And it's kind of frustrating. I'm not going to lie.
You see now.
But look, I still love it.
Before you told me you loved this.
I still love being able to go back and watch and learn and know how to correct those mistakes, because I have figured out in the last 2 or 3 years that these guys that are coming in, and I'm not even going to say young guys, because all the guys coming in are just as good as we are, and they know every little detail of what to do. And I'll say this, the Elite Series is packed with good fishermen once again.
There's one of them right there. Seth Fighter having a big week.
Stay hooked up. Yes, baby.
Gets better.
Okay. We need to chill. Everybody needs to chill out. Be patient. It'll happen. I'm about ready to leave, dude. Look at that thing. Yeah.
Moving on up. He's had a front row seat to the show that Jason Christie has put on. But being part of the show right there, and that is a major, major move right there. As we've seen, a bigger than average bite really stands out in this tournament. And look at our leaderboard. Atop the leaderboard, Jason Christie. Right behind him, Wesley Gore, Tucker Smith, now in third place. A long way a 5-pounder will carry you. And Jeff Gustafson from 43rd? 42nd place, all the way up to 4th place, followed by Jordan Lee, one of the only anglers with a limit. It'll take you a long way, but hey, speaking of a long way, this sport's come a long way, because the top of the hour, you can tune in to the show on Network Fox. That's right, Maine Fox, the same channel you saw the Bassmaster Classic on. The Super Bowl of bass fishing should be on the same channel the Super Bowl's on. And guess what? This Elite Series event's going to be there at the top of the hour. Enjoy it.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Hello and welcome to it. This live coverage of the 2026 Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite. Third stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, coming to you from the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. That's seen right there, just after takeoff this morning. And 50 boats heading out to do their very best to make it into the top 10 on this day. There's a lot of drama inherent in just that situation right there, because if you miss today, if you miss the top 10 today, you don't get a chance to go for a very important yearly championship here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. One of 9 tournaments we have here, and this is the third stop, and a different place, very different to most of our anglers here, because we have not been here on this level with the Bassmasters in over 2 decades. There's your unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. And one of the true standouts for most of the last 13 years of the Bassmaster Elite Series, Jason Christie, has just assumed the lead. Wesley Gore of Alabama, fourth-year elite angler, had the lead to start this day, but there has been some drama that we talked about early on, and that's part of it right there. Jason Christie, a very dangerous fella. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore, the two-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Davey Height, Mike Sukon, and we're ready to take you. Come along with us for this live coverage on this very, very important day. And Davey, let's take a look at our leader and how he got there. We all know his game.
Yeah, very impressive to see what Jason Christie has done so far in this event. He locked twice on day one, didn't have his best day, but made a great recovery yesterday. And today, it's a tougher day for everyone, and he's been able to put fish in the boat all day long. Using his covert spinnerbait, something he's known to fish a lot through the years and have a lot of success with it. He and Seth Fighter are sharing some backwater area. Both of them feel like there's enough fish in this area to win this event. We'll see how it works out with them sharing this water together.
Well, let's take a look at our playing field here, right here. That's 230 miles of the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. So why don't we just go right down to the Columbia pool here. That's the takeoff area, the Columbus pool, I should say, and that's the takeoff, and that is where many of our anglers have chosen to fish today because you get maximum fishing time when you don't lock through to the other pools. And this is live now with Jason Christie.
It's going good. Haven't lost any. Learning a lot. You know, the more time you spend in the area, the more you learn. And earlier I was kind of aggravated because the water's falling out, probably due to the wind and the current going in the same direction. But the positive to that is that it's exposing a lot of stuff that I didn't even know was here. You know, you see the pad stems and stuff, and I've actually started catching some fish off of that. So, you know, I'm just winding the old spinnerbait around. That's what the bigger ones have come on. And I'm just trying to go slow, you know, as slow as I can. Keep that spinnerbait down out of sight, even though it's only 2 or 2.5 foot deep. You know, I'm still one of the few that uses a 5 gear ratio reel, and that's the reason why, like on days like this, you know, everything. I want to reel it back. I mean, even though my hand's moving pretty quick.
Yeah, he's talking about a 5-to-1 gear ratio reel, which is a slower gear ratio than most anglers use now. Years ago, a lot of anglers use those slower gear ratios, but with that, it's easier to slow down. You don't mentally have to think about slowing your retrieve down with your wrist itself. The gear ratio itself slows your bait down.
Jason Christie, certainly one of the most awarded anglers in Bassmaster Elite Series history. Another veteran of the bass fishing game, the pro bass fishing game. Buddy Gross having his best tournament so far this year.
Ho-ho. Not a big one, but we got one. Booyah. Booyah. I just said booyah. I don't know where I got booyah from.
Jason Christie using a spinnerbait. Buddy Gross using a Scottsboro
Not a 2-pounder, but it ain't far off.
style jig.
Number 3.
Buddy having a big day yesterday. We're 15.5 pounds, and that gives you some idea of the baseline, what we're working with in the order of what's a good bag and what's not. 15 pounds is exceptional.
Yes, definitely is. Buddy, like a lot of our other anglers, only getting about 6 to 8 bites a day, but the quality has been the big key. Those are the right size. He's been able to catch an average fish about 3 pounds.
Another veteran of all 20 years of the Bassmaster Elites here. We got some veterans in our top 10 today for sure. That's Bill Lowen of Indiana.
Morning. No, sir, I'm sitting on an egg. Yes, sir. Just like being at home. That's what I say about the Ohio River.
don't think you're gonna make it.
Looks like it's going to be close to the 14-inch minimum length that these fish have to be. I think he's going to be just long enough, hopefully.
Oh, it touches.
For Bill Lowen's
a little bit of a line
first
burner.
keeper.
Yeah.
Touch the line is all it has to do.
I'm a 0.
Exactly 14 inches.
Maybe you're my good luck. Yes, sir.
Getting on the board, so important. Getting 5, also essential on this day, you would have to think. Let's get down to it. One of the most celebrated Bassmaster Elite anglers ever, New Jersey's Mike Iaconelli.
Aberdeen, and the fishing is slow. So it's 11 o'clock. We have 2 fish, a nice keeper, and a 4-pounder. So according to my math, we've got to be back to the lock at 2 o'clock to make it back in time. So that means we have 3 hours to catch 3 fish. That's a bite an hour. Seems easy, doesn't it? It's not. It's not, trust me. But that's kind of how I'm looking at it. You know, I've got 3 hours up here, and I got to figure out a way to materialize 3 keepers. If I can catch 3, even just, you know, 1 3/4 fish, having a kicker, I feel like I got a chance. That's my mindset.
Well, Mike definitely got that kicker in the boat. This happened, well, about 30, 40 minutes ago, and it's worth a look. That is for sure. On a tough day, these guys are having to adjust, and Mike Iaconelli starting to doubt things.
God.
He did. He switched up a lot.
Holy
But you can tell, biggest fish of the week for Mike Iaconelli. Power pole replay of the day.
driftwood!
The fish was relating to a piece of driftwood, obviously.
I think you're right.
Driftwood!
That is a legit 4-pounder, dude.
Power pole replay of the day, Mike Iaconelli. You know he's going to be the power pole replay today when he catches his biggest bass of the week, 3 pounds 6 ounces. And I think that was his second bass after fishing for about 2.5 hours. So a lot of reason for excitement. Doesn't take a lot of reason for excitement for Mike Iaconelli to be power pole replay of the day.
Well, what a story with Mike Iaconelli after a celebrated career. Includes a Classic Championship, a Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year Nation Championship. This is his claim is this is going to be the last go-around for him, and he is savoring this opportunity for tough fishing, the kind of stuff he's always excelled at.
We've come up the lake, trying to let the sun get up so those backwaters warm up. We got 2 bites real quick this morning where we've been kind of starting in that area close to the launch. Just keepers, and then we fished around, went to another area that I actually filled my limit in yesterday, had 1 bite, short strike, and then I just don't feel like they're in a very good mood right now with the weather, so we came up here, trying to catch a few spotted bass, largemouth, just cranking the riprap. These fish have no choice but to be in one place. We're just trying to get a couple keepers and go back down, and we're gonna get after it again. I mean, if we want a chance at winning the thing, we're going to have to fish in the oxbows. At least I am. So that's the plan. We caught 1 small keeper up here and a few shorts, and we're going to keep doing it. And hopefully we get 2 more in the next 30 or 40 minutes. So we're not going to give it super long. Just hopefully we get 2 more. That's the goal, 2 more.
I like what he's doing here, switching it up. We've not seen him cranking out on the main waterway, trying to catch a few spotted bass. They can weigh in largemouth or spotted bass here, and I like the change-up for him with the windy conditions and the cold front. These spotted bass tend to be more aggressive after a cold front than largemouth do.
And you go to think, Jason Christie takes the lead, unofficially, right? Wesley Gore's in trouble. He still has plenty to get to a limit. We expect him to get a limit Andy started the day with a 5.5-pound lead over Christie. A normal limit will get him right where he needs to be. He's only a pound and a half, 2 pounds behind. More to go.
Absolutely. Well, that's what you got to be on right there. That list, the top 10, only those 10 will advance to the next day. When it's all said and done today, after the weigh-in, the top 10 go. And here's down below, the ones who are bubbling under the top 10, including Mike Iaconelli, and we just saw there, keeping himself in the conversation. Keith Combs, Tyler Rivette, Luke Palmer, Toya Fujita. You also see Steve Kennedy and John Garrett, who started high today. We got more to come right after this. The Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite from the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway is sponsored by Mercury, by Skeeter Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
So we're at the Tenn-Tom Waterway, and it is a unique river system. This is a man-made river system. Basically goes from the Mobile Bay, and it cuts all the way up to Pickwick Lake, and eventually to the Tennessee River. So very unique fishery.
For me, when we come to a new body of water, I've never been here before. Grew up on the Ohio River, but for me, what I always try to do is make the body of water fit me. And what I mean by that is I am a shallow water angler. I like to grind up in the mud. It's no secret.
It's all kind of a guessing game here in the dirty water.
Sir.
In clean water, you can look at them, which I would rather do, honestly, but they're a lot more skittish in clean water. These fish, when you do find one on the bed, are not near as smart.
Number two, with it being as dirty as it is, those fish are gonna spawn really, really shallow. The dirtier the water, the shallower those fish are gonna spawn. So you gotta keep those couple things into consideration, finding hard bottom, places that are out of the current, and the dirtier it is, the shallower they're gonna get.
I'm gonna have to make adjustments. We haven't been fishing for fish that are spawning. We've been kind of catching pre and post spawn fish that are moving into places. I'm just fishing main tributaries leading to a spawning flat.
Making adjustments to subtle changes. That's what river fishing is all about. And this is River Fishing 101 with a few interesting differences and twists and turns, Davey High.
Yeah, subtle changes on day one and day two. Big changes today. We had a big drastic change in temperature, about 20 degrees colder this morning than it has been the last couple of days. 8-degree difference in water temperature. It's made things a little slower, but Seth Fighter, Jason Christie have done a good job sharing this backwater area and catching a few fish.
Very, very slow. I think this cold really kind of shut them off. I think there's still some fish here to be caught. Got a couple little ones right away in the morning. Went a couple hours without a bite. Just caught a 4-pounder, so I'm feeling a lot better about it. I was about ready to pull the plug and go somewhere else, but I don't think they're biting real good anywhere. So we're just gonna hunker down in here till 3 o'clock, and hopefully we can crack the whip 2 more times, and hopefully they're big. But I think it's gonna get better as the day goes on. The water temp's just starting to warm up now, and just caught a big one, so we're just gonna ease through here and try to find some willing participants. But yeah, pretty committed at this point. Just pretty much gonna live or die here, I think. The place just has the right quality. Even if there's only a couple fish left in here, they're probably good ones. So yeah, just gonna pick it apart, and hopefully we get 2 more in the boat before 3 o'clock. We got about 4 hours, a little less than 4 hours, so definitely the slowest day I've had, but I think that's more weather than anything.
What's been the key adjustment?
I mean, the first 2 days I could basically just come through here with a swim jig and catch all I needed, so I've slowed down now and started flipping, and I think I had 2 bites doing this, one for sure. We're just gonna keep going up and down this, and hopefully some semi-active fish come across our bait and bite it. But I don't know, I'm gonna try some other stuff here pretty soon. As far as technique stuff goes, I might get a little more finesse on them, see if I can talk them into biting, but I mean, we're just sitting on a, I don't know, 200-yard stretch of mat, and we're just going to go up and down it till 3 o'clock pretty much. I know there's 2 more big ones in here for sure. And hopefully we can capture them.
Well, Seth mentioned just a few minutes ago he had caught a big one. This was right before we came on the air, as a matter of fact, today.
Stay hooked up. Yes, baby. Okay, okay. We need to chill. Everybody needs to chill out. Be patient. It'll happen.
That's a good one in the scheme of things here.
Yes, it definitely is. And that fish made him decide that he's going to stay in this area, not leave and go somewhere else. The number one dilemma as a tournament angler, do you stay in an area when things are slow and try to pick it apart and use different lures, or do you go somewhere else? And that decision there means having a good day or not having such a good day. And sometimes you're better off to stay.
In that area that I've been focusing on, but I just kind of, man, with as dirty as it's gotten and as windy as it is, it's really hard for me to fish the way I want to really fish it. And yesterday coming back in, I got 2 big bites. You know, I mean, I say big bites. I caught a 3-2 and a 2-8 coming back in. You know, just running Main River stuff. And you know, I just don't feel like that stuff is going to be as affected as much. I just throwing around a Strike King 1.5 square bill and a spinnerbait. And I really think that if I run some of this stuff that hasn't really been getting no pressure, I got a good chance at catching a decent bag today and staying in this thing. I mean, man, I could be wrong, but I just don't feel like they're probably just jumping in the boat everywhere. They could be biting all right. My area could just be kind of played out, but we're just gonna keep kind of hustling and rotating through some stuff and see what happens. And I may rotate back through those couple little key areas once more before I have to head towards the lock. So, but I feel like, man, if I could get this Main River thing going and be able to catch, you know, 13 pounds or so, I mean, I think I'd be in really good shape. So, kind of gonna see if we can make something out of it.
This is definitely plan B for Dakota. He has moved out to the main waterway and he's fishing, hoping to catch some of the spotted bass like we saw Wesley Gore trying to do a few minutes ago. Plan B is not always a bad thing for him, though.
No, it's not at all. Dakota Bear and a lot of our anglers in the field here coming off a big event, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic 2 weeks ago. Congrats to the winner, Dylan Nutt. As far as winning the individual catch award,
that's a big one.
Be hard to beat this one by Dakota Bear.
Oh my gosh. This is the biggest smallmouth, dude, I've seen. Dude, what did I just catch? Holy smokes! Dude, what is that? What? I just catch like the state record smallmouth in the Bassmaster Classic? What in the heck is... Dude. What? Dude.
I don't know what that is.
It's a 7-pounder. Dude, it's a 7.5 pounder. I just caught a 7.5 pound smallmouth. Dude.
Man, that was so incredible. I mean, you know, I knew there were some good ones there, but I never dreamed I was gonna catch a 7-pounder there. I mean, that's unbelievable. That's a fish of a lifetime, truthfully, you know, and as much as I fished, I've only caught one other bass, or one of the smallmouth, you know, over 7 pounds, and to do it in the Bassmaster Classic, that is unbelievable.
Catch that went around the world, literally, in the 24 hours after that.
And that was his plan B for that day. He didn't start where he planned to because there's another angler there, so he resorted to plan B. Let's hope this plan B here for him today works out very similar. Maybe not a 7-pounder, but just 7 pounds total would go a long way for him.
There we go. Big one. Oh, man. Big spot, dude. Yes! That's why we come out here. off the carpet. I don't like them being on the carpet, but I don't want to get on the rocks. Look at that. That's a good spot, dude. That's why we come out here. Look at that. You must be good. You must be good luck, buddy. That's awesome. That's a big bite for me right now. It's been tough.
Yeah, I'm stalking you right now.
That's all right. Yeah, I'm hoping this main river stuff plays out for me. I ain't been fishing a lot. What's a 2.5 pounder, dude? 2.5. Pretty good one, yeah. Yeah, dude. That's awesome. Hey, if y'all wave to them, they'll put you on Fox. Oh man, if I can get me a few more of those. Yeah? Oh yeah, just a little bit, yeah. Yeah. He was right there where he was supposed to be on that little point there.
Oh, what a great 2 weeks for Dakota Hebert. Great finish at the Fox, that tremendous catch there. Another cut made here, made the 50 cut and on track to make the 10 cut. And add to all of that, maybe the best thing of all, well, he's fishing what they call the baby pattern this week. He and his wife just welcomed a new one into the world.
Man, I couldn't be more thankful. You know, a week ago yesterday, Shelby gave birth to our first son, Bowen, and he's healthy, she's healthy, and I just couldn't be more thankful, man. I'm so excited having a future little fishing buddy, if that's what he wants to do. I don't know, he might be a rodeo guy. I don't really know. I don't care what he does, as long as he puts a lot of effort into it, I'm good with it, but we're a long way from all that. It hit me really hard whenever I had to leave to come to this tournament. I mean, that was really hard to get in that truck and leave him and Shelby at the house, but she's with family and I know they're good. I'm looking forward to calling them here in just a second, but I miss them like crazy, and hopefully I get to see them Sunday afternoon after the final day.
Well, the fastest racing on earth continues tomorrow on Fox as Alex Palou, Joseph Newgarden, and a hungry pack battle for a win at Barber. The road to the Indy 500 continues tomorrow at 1 Eastern on Fox. Great to have you with us. This live coverage continuing on a very, very important day, the ultimate moving day. You got to move into the top 10 from our original 101. Now cut down to 50 for today at the 2026 Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite. On a unique place with so many gorgeous backwaters like this spot right here. And of course, a lot of about 230 miles of Main River, and we've seen more Main River fishing since noon today than I think we've seen in the whole tournament so far, David.
Absolutely, and when you saw the forecast, knew that the water temperature was going to drop. I heard a couple of the anglers planning on it. We just saw Dakota Hebert. His plan is working perfectly. Wesley Gore. A lot of these guys knew they're fishing so shallow with the windy conditions and the water temperatures dropping. They've moved out to the main waterway. Catching some of those 2-pound spotted bass might not be a bad plan at all for today.
We don't want to bring politics into this thing, but there it is, dancing Van Dam for president. Can't argue with that. That's no.
Are they running mates? Is one VP and the other one president?
I want to know who. I don't know who's who, because that'll be a good one, a good tussle right there. We just saw Jason Christie still with the lead. Let's get out to Wesley Gore, who's had the lead for most of today.
Our top 10 keeps leapfrogging. Lee Livesey just jumped in. Jeff Gustafson came from the furthest back. He's got our big fish, a 5-pounder, big bag, and he's come up from 42nd to 6th place right now.
It's a keeper. Let's go, dude. I don't have to measure him, number 4.
To measure 14 inches in length.
We ain't got long, we're about to discharge, so.
That's not a textbook current break spot with the way that water's got to push around that point, Davey.
It is, and it's just not luck. It's just not by chance. I talked to Dakota and Wesley last night, and they both told me if things were as tough as they might get today, and they are, this is what they would be doing in the afternoon. So this was part of their plan at least 12 hours ago.
Well, that's one aspect of river fishing. Peg South's been so far sticking to those backwaters, but he is worth following. He's a guy we need to get to know.
You're flipping away. I'm made a move to somewhere I hadn't practiced or anything. Just kind of looked good on the map. Got the right kind of stuff in it. We're trying to find some new fish. Only got 2 in the box still. I've caught some short fish. Had a few bites that I didn't connect with, but it has been tough today. It's been tough every day, but today's been by far the toughest day I've had so far. Just not getting a lot of bites. I think that cold front really put a hurting on them. That combined with me running out of fish is not working out too great. We're still searching for some new ones. Can happen real quick. Just got to keep our head down and grind. Pray that we run into them before the end of the day. He might be 14 inches long. Maybe. Look at. He probably spawned.
Close, but maybe.
See
maybe
if
not
he's
quite
keeper.
14. Be close.
He's gonna be close. Look at there. Barely. But he's 14. Oh, he's got a cold tag hole in his mouth. That's number 3. One pounder. But he's a keeper. Maybe we'll get around some fish. We just gotta find where his mama's at. Maybe his mama's sitting right over there on that cypress tree with him.
Peg South, again, a rookie, only rookie in the top 10 right now. Got here via the Nitro Boats EQ qualifying last year, and after he already was instated in the Elite Series, went back and fished another Turtle Box Bassmaster Open. That's the next level down at Lake Sam Rayburn. All he did was set the all-time record for 3 days of fishing in an open. Just an incredible, at 22 years of age. And that's kind of a more common storyline.
We're
world of bass fishing.
We're seeing younger and younger anglers, Davey, and something I see on social and hear from people who just don't know these guys is they don't even know what it means to win a classic or to win an open or to win an elite. We got photos of Peg South as like an 8-year-old with Keith Combs at a weigh-in. Like, these kids have been born and raised by the generation of 45 to 55-year-old anglers, tournament hardcore anglers. When the Elite Series were fired up, they were the ones living it on the road and on the water. And they've raised the 18 to 27-year-olds who have, since they could walk, knew how to skip a dock or knew how to stand on the front deck of a boat. And so Pake is one of those young guys that's been around for over half his life around bass tournament weigh-ins.
Tommy, he's 21. He doesn't turn 22 till July.
That's right. Yeah,
he is the youngest guy who started the day in our top 10.
See, you're trying to jack up the average age there by giving him 6
I
extra months.
I thought I could affect the stats there, but foiled again.
We had Keith Combs in studio here watching his win at Sam Rayburn. It was like, I didn't even realize in the photo of me with the TTBC trophy, when I caught 100 pounds in 3 days, I took a photo with Pake and his brother, or Pake and a friend, another young kid. Very cool to see him now live it out.
Like fishing fast, but fishing slow because the conditions tell you to do that, water temperature falling, but having a lot of experience at a young age is what we have on the Elite Series now. We have some young anglers with a lot of experience.
Yeah. Pake told us today he was going to have to seek out some more places, and obviously that's what he's doing right now. I don't think anyone has saved fish in any spot here. I think everyone who's found fish has pretty much tried to burn it down wherever they were.
Here's the big thing with Bill Lowen, the day one leader. He thought he had saved half of his good areas. Turns out they just weren't very good, or someone else caught them while he thought he was saving them, whatever. I don't think anyone has gone to any fish today that they were saving, like you say. A total different pattern, fishing a total different area, the waterway versus a backwater like we've seen Wesley Gore and Dakota Ebear do, yes. But as far as saving similar areas, we haven't seen any of that.
Well, it's going to take constant adjustment, a lot of good decisions to get the job done on this day, but if you can land in that top 10, that list right there, it will have all been worth it. Jason Christie, the veteran, celebrated veteran. On top, Wesley Gore, fourth-year man, Tucker Smith, Ebear, Lee, Gustafson, Livesey, Atkins, Fider, and Gross, rounding out our top 10. More fishing on the way.
Yeah, but anytime you come to a river system that has locks, you know, when we fish up north like at La Crosse, it's very scary there because they don't give us dominance over barge traffic like they do here. My hat's off tremendously to this location here, this Columbus, Mississippi, this Corps of Engineers, these people here, because they commercialize us, because we are a commercial event in my opinion, but other people don't think about it like they should, but they do here. They gave us lock time sets. You know when you go through that gate and go up or down, you're going to make it back if you come when they say come, and I love that, and that's the way every tournament we fish should be with locks. So that plays a big factor. Knowing you can get back, having a set lock time, then you can strategize and know you can make that long run and be safe with a 17-pound bag like me that I'm going to get back in. So my hat's off to them again here, but it's definitely a big deal making that move and making the right move and getting to and from through these locks. Because you got to do that. When you got a 100-boat event, you can't all stay here in this one area. It's like overcrowded. So it's a pretty cool place. I really like it a lot, and I wish we had about another foot of water and you'd really see some bags, I think.
Anytime you fish on a river where there are locks, there will be a supply of fishermen who want to go through that lock and see what's on the other side.
Here we go, Skeeter Boats, big fish alert. And it's a big one, the biggest of the event. Mark Menendez, a 7-pounder. He started the day in 25th. He's got 15 pounds today. He is in first place by half a pound over Jason Christie.
Wow, good grief. Unbelievable, veteran Mark Menendez. This thing has been veteran heavy, top to bottom, since the very start of day number 1, but now we have reached peak veteran right here. Mark Menendez on top of the leaderboard.
62-year-old, oldest in the field.
The oldest in the field, catches a 7-pounder, goes from 25th place to first. Good for Mark Menendez.
Absolutely, what a great guy. I mean, to have him up there, battling it out with Jason Christie. That's going to be good. That is going to be good. Let's get back down to Dakota Ebear, 5th place currently. No, 3rd place, excuse me.
A big change. Just in the last hour, caught one good spotted bass that helped you.
He's not that big, he's just fighting like hell. But he's a keeper. That's fun right there, boys. That's fun right there. I'll catch these son guns all day long, son. Hey, you just gotta roll with the punches. Conditions ain't real good today for doing what I was doing. So we're gonna pivot. We're gonna do this. 2-pounder. 2-pounder. So I honestly really think, I kind of think I can catch a bag doing this.
Oh, we are on the bank.
Well, that was part fish catch and part Mississippi azaleas, but I'll take it.
Cameraman got a little distracted
He
with the
was,
flowers.
He said, honey, watch Fox. When you see flowers, know that it's me behind the camera, okay?
Thinking of you.
Love it.
I could hear his line singing through the water, and I was like, he's got one. We're looking at roses.
Still feel good, but it ain't been good. Just steady casting. Steady cast. It just ain't been happening for me. I'm sure it's not tough on everybody because it never is, but it is tough on me today. Oh, and I thought that was one. It definitely was not. Sorry, man, a few words right now.
John
Tommy,
Garrett, yeah.
Tommy, it never fails. The angler that you talked to the day before that had the most bites, caught the most fish, has the toughest time the very next day. It never fails. And John Garrett has been catching more fish than most of these other anglers we've been covering today, but he is having a tough time today.
I mean, that's the part of the sport. The moment you think you have it figured out, the wind changes, the temperatures drop, something changes.
How about Jason Christie? 22, Lake Hartwell. That's in South Carolina. Jason Christie, your champion.
Remember that tournament well, he started out in the center of a ditch there on the lower end of Lake Hartwell and would finish the day fishing shallow boat docks. He'd been wanting that trophy for a long time and was finally able to hold it over his head.
And you better believe he wants to go back there and try to win it again at Lake Hartwell. That's where we're going next year, 2027, for the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Now, the twist is Jason Christie's had sort of a rocky start to his season here. He's got to have enough progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points to qualify to go back there. Past champions do not automatically qualify unless they are the most recent champion. So he would love nothing better than to notch a #1 finish here at the Tennessee-Tombigbee. That would help his cause immensely.
I wouldn't count him out, but Mark Menendez keeps catching 7-pounders. It's going to be tough for anyone else to hold that blue trophy this week other than him. Good look at what Jason's doing here. He's been fishing that shallow vegetation all the way up along the shoreline the last 2 days, this area, and then the first day he started 2 pools north of Takeoff, but the water level has dropped because of the change in the direction of the wind, and also the water temperature has fallen, so he's backed off of that hard edge up there real shallow.
You want to hear a change in outcomes? 85th in points after 2 events. Through 2 days of this event, all the way up to 50th in the points race. Moved up 35 spots this week in points. Obviously, that's barring other people's movement, but as long as he stays in the top 5, you're going to be limited on how much you can drop tomorrow down to 10th. And so he would have gained a whole lot of good work back as we get towards the next 2 events are basically our midpoint of the season. And he's going to be back to status quo.
Yeah, so far, mission accomplished for Jason Christie. Keep it together, and he can make a big move toward getting back to that classic at Lake Hartwell next year. There's your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points as we started the day today. John Garrett, we just saw fishing just a few minutes ago, ahead of Dakota Hebert. Corey Johnston of Canada in 3rd place. Brock Mosley from right here in Mississippi in 4th place, and Drew Cook, who's perpetually up there, in 5th place. We got more to come from Mississippi. Well, our live coverage continues here at the 2026 Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. Yeah, it's an unknown entity for most of us here because the Elite Series per se has never been here, so there's a few bumps along the way as you're trying to figure out what's going on in a new place and just getting used to it. That's kind of a joy for a lot of people. For others, it's a little bit of punishment, but you can have both at the same time here.
You certainly can. A lot of fish catching, a lot of other things involved in an 8-hour day on the water.
One of our big movers from today, Tucker Smith.
It's one of our unmanned cameras, and Tucker Smith began a big move this morning.
He said, I want a big-time camera tomorrow in the top 10.
Ooh, catching them like that. You'll have a big-time camera for sure.
It's number 5, gave him 3.5 pounds, gave him a total of 10.5. He was only 1 pound out of the top 10 to start the day.
That was beautiful to watch.
A little more main lake stuff there for you. So this is kind of the main lake day today. 3rd day of action here in this 4-day event. You're just picking up with us. We got 50 anglers out there shooting for 10 spots in tomorrow's final. The man on top of the bubble right now, Seth Fighter.
Oh, he ain't 2+, but he's a keeper. Oh, I think that's the same one. Boy, he looked bigger the first time. I don't think that's the same fish. I think there's 2 of them there. The other one's way darker. Be a keeper.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, 15, baby. In the box, number 4. Slow burn. Grinding. That was a good sign. That was the first one that like chased something. Like, might be able to get a swim jig bite. What's up, Wes? I'm all tangled.
A lot easier to get bites on day 1 and 2 for Seth Fighter than it has been today, but he's getting there.
Yeah. He's real happy once he gets 5 in the boat. Everyone is.
I really don't think that's the same fish, believe it or not. Oh, the other one was bigger and blacker. That sounded weird.
Fish will have different colors. If they've been living in that vegetation or underneath it, they'll be darker. If they're out in that more open water and more stained water, they'll have a lighter tint to them.
Back out to John Garrett, our points leader to start the day.
Big one. I thought it was a big one. Golly. Don't even put that on camera.
Garrett had a great day yesterday with 17 pounds.
Had me wrapped up that log. I thought it was a good one.
Yeah, and he caught a lot of fish. He's done a real good job today. He hasn't had as many bites, but he hasn't just been stuck on one thing. We've seen him out on the main waterway. We've seen him in backwaters. We've seen him flipping, fishing slow, throwing a spinnerbait, throwing a crankbait. He's really been trying hard to get things going. He just hasn't had many bites, and when he has had bites, they're more this size than yesterday. A lot of them were 3-pounders.
Come on, baby. Measure out for me.
That's a 14
bigger
inch.
than I want you to be. Come on. Oh, goodness. Not even close. It was like 14 and a half.
All right, good one there for John Garrett.
Oh, worked hard for that little one. Looks like a crane on him. Thank you, Lord.
Whether it's a bait adjustment or whatever he keeps trying, and something sticks, it's just like Jason Critton, day 1. He was spent all day in another pool, had to come back so he didn't miss the lock, had an extra hour to fish in the Columbus, and fishes the area where he ends up living yesterday, jumps in the top 10, lives today, jumps to the top of the leaderboard. It's like,
nice.
It takes one correct fish catch or 1 hour period would change your whole outlook on tomorrow and the future.
Seth Fighter in the foreground, Jason Christie in the background there.
See, they both moved off. This is an isolated little island of vegetation here that Seth is fishing. The last 2 days, they've been fishing right up against the shoreline. A lot different than what they're doing today to get these bites. These fish with the falling water level and the falling water temperatures, these fish have pulled out. They're harder to pinpoint because there's not as much cover out there. It's not as obvious. Heard Jason Christie saying that some of his fish have come off just a lily pad stem still there from last year, that just one little stem that wasn't even showing yesterday because the water level was up a few inches, and that's where he's caught some of his bigger fish. You see one right off the front of his boat there right now. What happens a lot of time, especially the female fish, if they're spawning, when you have the water level fall and the water temperatures fall, they'll just pull back and suspend, and basically they're waiting on the sun to warm up the water, and then they'll move back up there and pair up with the male and spawn. It might be tomorrow, it might be the middle of next week when these anglers are long gone, but you just have to try to adjust and move where those fish have moved to each and every day.
Those two actually started today, same weight, 28 pounds, 15 ounces. And they have said, you know, sharing it, one of them, if they didn't have to share, it would have been excelling, maybe leading this event.
Yep.
Third place, Dakota Abear.
Still one short of a limit. Good looking spot right there at the end of the riprap.
That one smoked it, man. Probably number 5. He just don't weigh much, but it was a fun bite. Yeah, he's definitely 14. Yeah, he big old long spotted bass tail. Oh, you took too long to catch you the first time. I want to throw him out of the boat. Probably my smallest one.
So he's got the potential to put Dakota Abear in the lead in this tournament, just a pound out.
He's got to be feeling good about his decisions right now. He left where he's caught almost all of his fish that he's weighed in, and came out on the main waterway. The plan has come together for him. He only had 2 just about an hour ago. Now he's got his 5-fish limit.
Got us a limit. And actually, believe it or not, I have had a limit at noon just about every day. I haven't had a limit before noon, and it's 12:01. So we're kind of on par.
Seen a lot of our anglers spend time by design on hard edges, revetments, riprap, seawalls, things like that. River environment, those can work for an angler.
Yeah, there's, especially now with the shad spawn going on, it's dampered this morning because of the cold weather, but those shad love to get up on something hard, whether it's a seawall or that riprap.
All right, well, we got it going on here, a little bit closer, and some changes happening at the top of our leaderboard.
17 pounds, 15 ounces with 34 pounds, 7 ounces. The Mountain Dew Pro is leading the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway.
The last 2 days I've got to completely stay in my comfort zone, which is swimming a jig, pitching around, fishing shallow cover. The only thing I guess that is uncomfortable is the trees that are everywhere. I kind of wish they wasn't there because they just beat the crap out of my boat. But anyway, we're gonna go out there. We're gonna force that for as long as we can until we get told something different. The fish will tell us, and then we'll adjust. We may start fishing more towards the main lake because it's less likely to be affected by the cold weather.
Holy cow! It's getting real, bro. Gosh. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I don't know, dude. He's blessing me every day. Every day. I'm not around nothing. I promise.
I promise.
Kind of a contradiction. If you're around nothing and you get 34 pounds over the first 2 days at this place, which is at the way top of everyone's expectations list there. Something special's happening.
He's leaving nothing behind is what he's doing. He's catching every quality bass that's around him.
He is vacuuming them up at Dakota E-Bear on top of our leaderboard right now as it stands, 41 pounds and 3 ounces. Art Menendez now in second place, but a 7-pounder coming across from Menendez not too long ago. So obviously some big things going on.
I don't remember a top 10 juggling around, shuffling around as much as we've seen in the last couple hours here.
Man, I'm having fun. Catching some fish. There's one right there. As we speak, feels like a good one. It's a nice one. Get away from this wall here. That'll help. Hey, cue one up, baby. We having fun, guys. You know, I mean, obviously look up, bluebird skies, a lot of wind, big cold front, having to make some adjustments. I've been catching them in the dirt all week long, flipping around a rage bug. Today, obviously, all that wind is just making it really hard for me to fish that stuff. It's gotten really dirty, waves have been crashing in on it. Making lemonade out of lemons, boys. That's a 2-3, culling out a 1-7. We've been out here doing this for not long. We've caught several. This is my 5th keeper I think we've caught probably in the last 20 minutes. And we're inching our way up there. I'm at 10 pounds right now. So I really feel like if I can get to that, 13-pound mark or so, I got a chance of still being in this thing. So I'm gonna keep on hustling. Little Strike King chartreuse blackback, 1.5. Mixing that up with the spinnerbait, just a 1/2 ounce chartreuse and white. And that's fun. It's a fun way to catch them. And basically we just there's like riprap underneath the water here, just rock and stuff. And you can see it out of the water right there when I get spun around. And anywhere I've been able to find this main river rock like this, I've been able to get bit. And I just lost one a while ago and that spinnerbait just pulled off. I didn't get to see it, but man, it felt really big. Like, not like a big, 2-pounder like I just said. Like, it felt like a really good one. It was dogging me pretty good and just somehow pulled off, but. I mean, if this can carry, man, if I can get to that 13-pound mark, I mean, I could be wrong. And guys could still really catch them, but I just feel like, man, the weights have been really, really good the last 2 days. A lot of small areas, been getting a lot of pressure. I know the area that most of my weight come out of has been getting a ton of pressure. So I just feel like if a guy can be consistent and have 2, pretty decent days in a row here at the end of this tournament, he's got a chance.
I think he's exactly right.
All week long, I never saw any of this river stuff getting any pressure, and the water is actually really pretty out here. It's a little dirty right there against it because the waves have been hitting it, but the water out here in the main river, in my opinion, looks great. And it just hadn't been getting any attention from anybody. Everybody's all been in the backwater. So one afternoon when nobody's around, I kind of slid up on some of this riprap, picked up the square bill, and got a couple bites real quick. And I was like, man, I'm gonna keep that in my back pocket if I need it. And here we are, so. Need one of them 3-pounders like I had yesterday, put that in a box. We'll be in real good shape, I think. Could be wrong, but we're definitely gonna try to catch as much as we possibly can today.
Wouldn't be able to keep one bait in your hand and stay in one area over 4 days on this waterway. There's so many variables with the water levels, the water clarity, and then old Mother Nature threw in there with came in there with a 20-degree temperature change from yesterday to today.
Dakota at 9.3 right now. I think he mentioned 13.5 as being like something that really to shoot for today. So he's certainly got that as a possibility out there.
He did catch a 3-pound spot yesterday afternoon doing exactly this. He needs 1 or 2 of those to really put him right where he needs to be going into Championship Sunday.
Others are catching nice fish out there. Lee Livisy's up to almost 12 pounds. He's way down south. He's in 5th place. And Jeff Gustafson had the 5-pounder earlier, just culled to the second largest bag of the day, 14 pounds. From 42nd, he's standing 8th right now. He may have to upgrade a little bit to stay there, though.
Let's make another move. Get over to Mike Iaconelli, just currently residing outside the top 10. That stands right now, actually 20th place, so slow day.
Only 2 fish, though.
Yeah.
Yes, yes! I gotta stick to this grass the rest of the day. It's almost 2 pound. Pound and 3/4. 2 more. 2 more. 2 more.
Said he needed 3 fish in 3 hours. Now he needs 2 fish in about 2 hours.
Gotta stick to grass the rest
Maybe
of the day.
an hour and a
Can't
half.
fish them seawalls anymore. Grass, grass, grass. All grass the rest of the day.
He was screaming driftwood an hour ago. Now he's saying grass, grass, grass. Grass the rest of the
Lucky
day.
on that one. I high stuck him like I did that one yesterday, but I just leaned into him and was able to drive it home.
Well, we just heard about it a few minutes ago. A big change in the landscape around here. Look at Mark Menendez, and that, a 7-pound bass from, I don't know exactly where.
Biggest of the week.
Yeah.
Biggest of the week and a big difference maker.
Yeah.
Guys, it was 5 pounds and change from 1st to 5th, but only 3 pounds from 5th to 25th where Mark Menendez was. So a 7-pounder, Davey Hyde, oh my gosh, that makes up all the gap and some when you're trying to make a move.
Hey, speaking of move,
yeah,
Mercury move of the day. It's got to be this guy. He moved from 25th at the time. I think he moved all the way up unofficially to 1st place. Slipped a little bit now, but certainly Mark Menendez, Mercury move of the day. Catching those 1-pounders all the way up to looking for that fish. The big one and the 5th one, a 7-pounder. Mercury move of the day at 11:38 a.m. Mark Menendez.
See, on the first day, Tommy, a 7-pounder and a 15-pound limit would have had you in like 8th or 9th place. Not as big of a deal. On a tougher day 3, 15 pounds is like you caught 20 on day 1.
Oh, no doubt about it. That's a fantasy figure almost right there. Hebert on top, Menendez, Christie, Gore, and Livesey. Lee Livesey joins the fray. Another guy you might want to keep an eye on. Tonight, it's baseball night on Fox. Catch reigning MVP Aaron Judge as he leads the Yankees against the Giants, or Bobby Witt Jr. and the Royals take on Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Braves. Baseball night in America returns tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check local listings for the game in your area. Always a great week in this time of year in the spring. As the boys of summer start their spring.
Yeah, baseball, basketball, bass fishing, a lot of stuff going on.
Everything peaking out this time of year. 2026 Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite. This is the 3rd stop of the year. For this incredible circuit, 9 stops in all. And this is the first time ever for the Elite Series to visit the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. Dakota Eber on top, 40 pounds, 41 pounds and 12 ounces. Mark Menendez not far behind. Jason Christie had taken over the lead right at the midday break time. But a lot has transpired since then, and the 7-pounder by Mark Menendez is going to rock the whole world no matter where he's coming from. I mean, that is, a 6-pounder is just an impossible dream here. A 7-pounder is like, you talk about a fantasy world. Now that's it right there.
It really is. I don't think anyone saw that coming. Today, yesterday, tomorrow, that's a game changer, no doubt about it. Here's someone who'd love to see a 7-pounder, one short of his limit, Wesley Gore.
Yup, so we've probably made our final move of the day. This is my second little area where I came late yesterday and called twice. Got a few bites in here yesterday, and I think there's plenty of fish in here. I'm sure it's been hammered all week, but like I said, I got something a little different. Even if there is some boat pressure in here, hopefully I can get still a few bites. We got 4 keepers right now. We made a long run, and I think it was a good decision. I think the best is yet to come for the shallow fishing. I think the sun's going to help out tremendously, so we're just going to lock it in, and we're either going to catch another one or a bunch of them, or we're going to weigh in 4 today. So we're going for it. This is the best zone that I know of that's been good late in the day. And we're just going to spend the last few hours in here just trying to pick it apart ever so slowly. So, and get hung on a few stumps.
Tommy, Ronnie, he said he had something a little different here in 2026. Something a little different is a lizard.
Ah, yes.
In 1996, every boat in the field would have lizards in their boat, but
has been cleaner
not today.
At this point already, it's dirty. I mean, it's going to be clean on the farther we get back. It's just the clean place is, the clean water is definitely deeper in than what it's been being. This was not dirty yesterday.
Caught some key fish day 1 and day 2, swimming a lizard.
How's he got that
With
thing
the water
rigged,
being
baby?
low, they should just be on
His
the
Texas rig with a light sinker, a little
light
Should be an
3/16.
ideal situation if we can just get them to chase. May have to flip. We'll see.
Wesley Gore seemed very at home here in this place, and I know it reminds him of where he fishes back home in Alabama, a lot of it.
The Coosa River, Lay Lake in particular. It's where he spends a lot of his time. Stumps can be frustrating to navigate through, but that keeps a lot of the fishing pressure off of these places. A lot of people don't want to have to navigate through all those landmines.
Right. Back to Eber.
He's just a little farther down the bank than we saw him a while ago. Catch a nice one.
Not a bad plan B.
Not a bad plan
Not
B.
a bad. Plan A had him missing the cut. Plan B has him in the lead.
Be curious if he continues to do this or if he goes back now that he has his limit and tries to fish slowly in those same areas that he's been catching those better fish. No help. Smallest fish is 1/8. That wasn't quite that heavy.
Back to John Garrett.
Take a spotted bass. Not really what I thought I was going to catch over here, but I'll take it.
Years ago, John Garrett won the right to represent the college fishing world in the Bassmaster Classic.
1 pound.
10 years ago.
That's, I'm not,
Yeah, 1 pound.
I'm not exaggerating.
No, I was there, and it only took him about 7 minutes a day to beat the field. He was qualified for the bracket from Green River Lake, got to fish the bracket. Where else? Kentucky Lake. And in 10 minutes, Davey had a limit better than everybody else in the field every day. And so
it was a setup.
It was great for me. I got my job done and waited for weigh-in every day. I say, ain't nobody beating this.
Jason Christie moving back up into the shallower vegetation now that the sun has certainly warmed up this vegetation and that shallow water.
Get in here, yes.
Yeah.
Good one.
What did we just say? Wow.
Yes. Old tail. I couldn't catch up with her. She just freaking streamed out.
Well, that might be enough to put him at a tie for the lead.
Back and forth we go. One out on the main waterway catching spotted bass. Jason Christie staying in the backwater, moving up shallow with the sun and the water temperatures.
All right, we will find out how that one updates when we come back. We're going to take a quick break. See if Jason Christie can regain the top spot, or at least a share of the top spot here. Fight for the top 10 is the main story here, but being at the top gets you set for a big day, gets you set up with a chance to win a tournament. We got more to come. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Mountain Dew Elite. The Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, and by Humminbird. Great to have you with us for this live coverage on a very important afternoon. 50 anglers making their final run at the top 10 spots, because if you gain that top 10, you get to fish tomorrow. Championship Sunday. And there's our Jason Christie fish catch we just saw, how it registers on the leaderboard, puts him back on top. Ahead of Dakota Ebert and Mark Menendez, who just weighed in with a 7-pounder. Kind of completely unexpected on this fishery, but there it is. We saw the pictures. We saw photographic proof of it. Wesley Gore, Lee Livesey, Tucker Smith, Seth Fighter, Jeff Gustafson, Jordan Lee, and Justin Atkins, one of the Mississippi favorites. You're back in the top 10. Good to see that, because it's a very important tournament to him.
Man, what it would be for somebody like Atkins growing up on the banks here, watching classics and trying to apply it to the 10 Tom to be able to fish a first pro event here and make the top 10. Right. Uh-oh.
We're going to Jason Christie. I heard that sound. Oh, this was moments ago. That's what we referred to. I went on alert there when I heard that sound.
Yeah.
It's like a fire alarm in fishing.
Yes.
Good one there for Jason Christie.
I couldn't catch up with her. She just freaking streamed out.
Was it the 8 circle?
Excuse me?
The 8 circle?
Yeah. Yeah.
Something tells me he's gotten. Yeah, go ahead, Such.
You gave him a 2-pound call. That's
2-pound call. Okay.
If you noticed, he was almost whispering
Hey,
there. Seth Fighter is only about 100 yards away.
You know, Seth and I had talked, and somebody caught 15 then we're out. We're close. I do have one smaller keeper. We just had a bite right there, and thank goodness I saw him get it. He looked like he was just like a 2-pounder, so glad he didn't get it. But I'm probably going to fish down here another 50 yards, 100 yards, and then ease out. And I got another hole that I'd like to go check. I mean, I would burn it down if I was in here by myself, but just because I feel like there's new ones coming. But it's really helped today with the water falling, because I'm seeing a lot of my fish are coming. I haven't caught one on the bank. A lot of them are coming out, and I'm starting to see stuff. You just little pad stems and things like that. So like to catch one more and we're out. Had to switch to the old swim jig. The water's perfect for a spinnerbait, and I caught 2 big ones on a spinnerbait, but it's just like they've seen it too much.
Great to see one of the best in the business make adjustments today like he has. He started in close to the shoreline like he's doing now this morning, and is very slow. He caught a fish off the bank in front of the boat. And then the next 2, and they were good ones he caught, were out off the shoreline. He was talking about he noticed the water level had dropped a little bit. Now that the sun's up and it looks like the water stabilized a little bit because the wind's tapering off a little, he's moved back in shallower.
Try and get that sun on that belly.
Jason Christie made his debut on the Bassmaster Elite Series in 2013. In fact, there's the Classic right before that, which was in Oklahoma, Grand Lake, Tulsa. Frigid temperatures.
I won't forget that one. He obviously came up short of winning that one. He was the favorite, but he lost one right at the boat, Tommy.
Oh, God.
And he smacked that water so hard out of frustration and splashed himself. And you know how cold, I mean, it was, watching at home, I was like, I get the frustration, but holy cow, that's got to make your day way worse.
And that, for some reason, that got as much replay as the E-Bear catch from the last Classic during the course of that. I don't know, we just, you know, it was a tough day.
I think that one in particular, when his frustrations, if you've ever bass fished, we've all been there. We've all lost the one beside the boat that you want to slap the water just as hard as he slapped the water.
It's like the guy who gets mad, throws the ball down, it bounces, hits him back in the face, and you're like, you just made your problem way worse. But he has since conquered that Classic mountain after a few more. I mean, 2016 Classic.
Very close many times.
2018 Classic. And gets it done in 22. And so like you're saying, Tommy, him jumping 35 spots at Angler of the Year from the end of the second event to halfway through this one, looking a lot better with half the season left.
Yeah. He wants to go back to
make
Hartwell.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. That's what I didn't want to do right there. Let's catch one that burn one.
What he's saying he didn't want to do, saying to burn one, he's got one in his live well about that size, and thinking about tomorrow already, that he might really need that fish tomorrow, and unlikely to catch it tomorrow after you just caught it today. It's possible, but unlikely. That's what he was talking about, burning one.
Well, how did he get there? Jason Christie now with 11 pounds and 4 ounces. This is when it started, first thing this morning.
Yeah, he caught this fish early on the covert spinnerbait. Thought, well, temperatures didn't affect much. And then you see this next fish was off of that hard line of vegetation, probably about 30 feet off. And then you see he moves out a little farther, isolated clumps of vegetation. You see that one right there close to the boat. Really good fish for him there. This one out just a little ways, not quite as far as the last one, but big key for Jason Christie is adjusting during mid-morning out 20, 30, 40, right here about 50 yards from that main line where he caught most of his fish the afternoon of day one and all day yesterday. Just a small adjustment, it seems like, but a big key to Jason Christie and having success catching these better fish. Not making a big movement, but had he not done that and stayed up there in that real shallow vegetation, he would not be where he's at right now on the leaderboard.
He's got the third best estimated limit of the day.
It's a non-keeper at a release ramp. Man, I tell you what, I've had a struggle today, y'all. If you ever wondered if pros ever have bad days like everybody else, you can bet it's true. Today I have tried a lot of different things. I've covered a lot of water, fished all new water all day. But some areas that I actually caught some in practice, but today I've caught probably 10 or 15 shorts and one keeper, and the one keeper was bleeding a little bit, so I released it so I wouldn't take a chance of it dying, thinking I might catch a limit, hopefully. And now I haven't caught anymore, so I might have jinxed myself this morning when I threw that fish back. There's fish chasing bait out there now. We've had a cold front today, wind blowing really hard, but the activity level seems to have been good. I've caught a lot of fish on spinnerbait today, and they've bit well, the ones that I've caught, but I just haven't run into an area that has some good fish in it, I think. And that's what it's all about, getting in an area. It's a feast or famine river here. You get in an area that's really good and you'll catch a lot right in one small area, then you can fish for miles and never catch any. So that's kind of what's happened today. But we ain't done yet. It takes 5 casts to turn your day around. So we run a long ways on this Ranger Yamaha today. Everything's working really good except the fishing.
Oh, Randy caught just under 18 pounds, 17-12 on day number 1, so certainly he sees how it could be done. I mean, he knows it's possible anyway.
Told us when he called that non-keeper, said he called a non-keeper at a release ramp. That's his pattern right now. Not a good pattern on a Saturday, though. You notice there's some other people fishing. Better on a Thursday or a Friday.
Yeah.
Less pressure.
John Garrett looking for number 5. I'd say he's got it.
Finally.
Nice one.
Finally a limit. Oh, my thumb is hurting bad. It ain't from catching bass today. Hey, look at there. Hold my other hand. Finally got a limit. It took all day, and I'm proud of that thing. Proud of that bass. All right. Thank you, Lord.
Always good to get 5 in the boat. That's so important, and it's a mental victory to be sure.
Is that that lizard Wesley Gore's been throwing?
That's that Wesley Gore lizard right there. No, I think that's a big lizard. That's one of the ancient reptilians. We'll be back to see what else is on hand here.
Hey, I'm Haley Meyer, and this is your Bassmaster forecast for tomorrow in Columbus, Mississippi. A little bit warmer come tomorrow. The morning temperatures jumping up into the lower 50s will heat up into the lower 70s, a little bit closer to average for this time of year. Still lots of sunshine, so no rain in the way for fishing out across the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. I'll say, pretty perfect. Now remember, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Closer to average temperatures tomorrow is a welcome sight. We've had abnormally warm temperatures, it seems, this week, highs in the 80s to upper 80s. But last night's low temperature dipping down into the low 40s Davey height has made our anglers have to adjust. Welcome into the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section. I got Davey Height with us. And Davey, we threw a bunch of baits out on day one that we thought we would see play. We had a crankbait there. And the way this tournament has gone with the back of the bays, the shallow water, spawning fish, we kind of talked yesterday, we might not see the crankbait factor. The cold front last night pushed a lot of these guys to the main river, and we're seeing it come back today.
Yeah, absolutely. We had not seen these baits play, but it's not a surprise to see it today. I talked to Wesley Gore yesterday, also talked to Dakota, both of them saying, hey, if things go south, and they definitely did for both of those anglers, they only had 2 fish just about an hour and a half ago. Plan B is to go back out on the main waterway. The water's dirtier out there. Some spotted bass on riprap, on hard bottom, that sort of thing could save me, and it absolutely has. We saw Dakota using 2 things, a spinnerbait like this one, double willow leaf spinnerbait in some areas, and then also a square bill, a 1.5 Strike King KVD square bill for Dakota. But these 2 baits could mean one of those anglers being able to win. They saved their day. I don't know if they'd have caught another bass if they'd have stayed with what has worked so good for them the last 2 days. Vibrating baits out on the main water where the water's dirtier. These baits come into play. The previous 2 days, these anglers were fishing back in the clear water using soft plastics primarily. Big change today for both of those anglers in a big, big way.
We know rivers always have current flow, but this is different than other ones where it's not always flowing the same speed. Sometimes it's based on the locks. So Davey, with the north wind blowing with the current today, it's kind of accelerating the current in some places. So it kind of is a lot easier for these anglers to pinpoint they should be loaded up right there on that rock or this turn or that tree.
That was part of the reason for their plan. Both of these anglers knowing that speed of the current would increase and it should work out good for them. And it certainly has. It really has saved their tournament.
Thank you, guys. Bass Pro Shops top tackle for you right there. Talking about some guys who've made good decisions today. Ebear, Christie. Don't know about what Menendez's decision was, but I'm anxious to hear about that.
Yeah.
As well.
Rumor is a spinnerbait for him also. I don't know.
Yeah. What we hear.
Here we go.
Spinnerbait action there.
These are not supposed to be this small. I think it might help a little. Yeah. Quit it. Dude, come on. All right, you jack my scale up. If you were only a 4-pounder, like the scale says. You did not stay very long, buddy. We had a Arkansas River open a few years ago, and I messed up culling, and I just have nightmares ever since. So I like triple check everything. Yeah, had a 2-pound penalty and lost by like 2 or 3 ounces, something like that.
It's one you've been referring to, hasn't it, Ron?
Yes, sir.
It's on his mind, just like it is yours.
Hey, most of the time you don't learn life lessons when you win or do something correctly. It's normally when there's an error or a mistake, then you have to correct it, and he's done that, obviously, to get to where he's at now. And next event in mid-April, Tommy.
That's right. He's going to get a shot, get some back.
Yeah, direct redemption opportunity. And Chris Jones ain't in that one. So that makes it a little bit better.
Make it a little easier.
But Jason Christie is in that one.
Christie will be. That's going to make it harder, actually.
Blake Capps and Luke Palmer.
Yep.
Pick your poison.
I think Brandon Polinick and Lee Livesey were also in the top 10 in that open, where John and Cody Huff was as well. John and Cody both were college-aged anglers at that point. Cody had just won the bracket in 2020. John just a few years removed. Yeah, John's got a very interesting, you said 10 years ago, Tommy. For one, he's a young guy, but he's getting in his
about
20,
30,
28, 30 years old. Yeah,
Yep.
he's getting up there. You know, he's
you
better
Almost 30, Ronnie. He's getting up there.
Over the hill.
He's aging out of the premier age now. But in those 10 years since his first classic berth, he had been close to qualifying for the elites like 4 different seasons within just a few points.
Oh, yeah.
And those heartbreaks only made him stronger, and he came out and wins an elite event early in his career.
Yeah. Second event of the year.
Yeah, literally says, hey, I was battle tested to get here. I'm ready.
It stands right now. He needs to shake off what's happened today and figure out something to deliver a couple of giants for him.
Justin Atkins with about 37 pounds, 4 ounces is our 10th angler at the cut. And there's a dozen guys behind him within 1 bite. Several with 4 fish, several with fish they could cull. Mike Iaconelli has only 3 fish. He needs to get like 2 1 1/4 pounders to get up in there. This afternoon will be interesting, no doubt.
Kyoya Fujita, the first guy out of the cut. One for Christie. I don't think that's going to play.
Yeah, I think that's a non-keeper. You can learn a lot watching a great angler like this. Even when he just catch a non-keeper, just watch where he casts and how he makes short pitches. It's always throwing to the corners, the ambush points of these pieces of cover. Every cast is to another place where fish should be set up.
In his element, no doubt about that. He's in his element.
He's set up.
He is set up for sure.
Sunshine.
Oh my gosh. You don't think those guys can move? They can move. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you. Almost had one after me one time. So don't mess with nests. That's my advice to you.
Learned your lesson.
Yes, I learned. Yeah, that's another example of learning your lesson. Jason Christie on top, Dakota Ebert. Mark Menendez, our top 3 as it stands right now, looking for a top 10 at the end of the day. The fastest racing on earth continues tomorrow on Fox as Alex Palou, Joseph Newgarden, and a hungry pack battle for a win at Barber. The road to the Indy 500 continues tomorrow at 1 Eastern on Fox. We got a hungry pack out there on the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway today, hungry to make it into the top 10, because then they have a shot at championship Sunday. Then they have a shot at winning one of those vaunted blue trophies that signify a leader at one of the 9 stops along the way this year. We just finished up a big one a couple of weeks ago. The World Championship, as a matter of fact. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour was pretty much everything we had hoped for, and I think more in terms of fish catching. It was vastly entertaining.
It really was. We had been there for 2 other Bassmaster Classics and 1 Bassmaster Elite Series, and it was definitely the best fish catching tournament we've had there.
Dylan Nutt, your champion, 22 years old.
Tommy, we said Knoxville's got everything. The takeoffs are great, the convention center's great, the weigh-in's great. The only thing we needed was an uptick in fishing. This is the 4th highest classic winning weight ever. I don't think anyone predicted that when we showed up.
How about another one?
Back-to-back 6-pounders on day 2 there for Dylan Nutt. Really put him in the driver's seat for the final day. He never let up.
2611 was his big bag day 2. If you just said, hey, we're in Knoxville on the Tennessee River, and you didn't say the specific lakes, you'd believe 2611. When you say that half of that bag was smallmouth, you'd be like, where are we fishing right now? This place is crazy.
The other thing, Brian Kershaw was the only nation's angler to ever win the Bassmaster Classic. Took 22 years for it to happen again. I was there when Brian did it. Happy to say I was there when Dylan Nutt did it again 22 years later. Nation's champion winning the Bassmaster Classic.
Just incredible. Added to that, the fact that he's not been a newcomer to win a Bassmaster Classic for over 2 decades, a first-time Classic participant. This young man, I don't think it even crossed his mind that he was a newcomer. He was so focused, so into it, and so, above all things, prepared for that Classic.
Absolutely.
All right, well, let's bring him in right now. Yamaha on the line. It is our pleasure to introduce Dylan Nutt, the winner of the Bassmaster Classic. Dylan, thank you so much. Everyone, not everybody saw you coming. We're all having to learn more about you a little bit after the fact, but when you look into it, you know that it's from hard work and some exceptionally good decision-making on where to concentrate your energies, where to fish exactly on that fishery, and you just made all those right decisions. Great job, man.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was truly blessed week and unbelievable. Just watching those clips, man, that's pretty crazy. I'm still in shock that even happened.
So Dylan, tell us a little bit about how, it's good to see you're out fishing. I would expect nothing less.
Oh, yeah.
But tell us how your world has changed since you won the Bassmaster Classic just a couple weeks ago.
Man, it's been pretty much nonstop phone calls and all kind of different media stuff. But this is something I've dreamed of for a long time, and I'm just blessed to be so busy.
Where did that first Classic dream come from? We talk about young anglers, and when did that spark happen? Was there a specific Classic moment for you that said, man, I got to be in that event one day and I got to win it as well?
Yeah, I mean, I've had several moments, but the most memorable one is whenever Jordan Lee won. That the first win he had, it was special watching, especially him being a brother and going through the college series and all that. It's pretty cool.
So Dylan, tell us a little bit. You were confident coming into the event, especially for a 22-year-old. You were very confident that you had done your homework and you felt like you could catch fish. But let's face it, it is the Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship. And on day 1, you had a good day, but then in the afternoon, the wind started blowing and it kind of struggled for you. You were not leading after day 1. At what point, day 2 or day 3, did it really set in? I have absolutely got a great chance to win this Bassmaster Classic.
Oh, it was definitely after those back-to-back 6-pounders on the second day. That was so special, and to be able to catch 26 pounds out there on that river that's hard to beat, and backing it up with the 2 solid days I had, man, it's hard to beat on a place like that.
We were watching after you caught the second one of those 2 6-pounders. You turned to the gallery out there. You said, it's about to get dirty right now. What did you mean by that? What does that mean in your terminology?
Oh, just the big ones that I saw out there. I knew I was about to throw back in there and catch that other one. And especially, I was like, man, boys, we got a bag of them now. They're gonna have to really catch them.
We haven't had to talk about this much in the history of the Classic because most of the time the anglers who win the Classic are veterans and already on the Elite Series. We teased it with Adam Rasmussen in 2024 as a non-elite winning the Classic. You did that this year. So not only do you get to fish the next year's Classic at Hartwell, you will join the Elite Series in 2027. For you to knock out the biggest tournament in the sport and the hardest thing to qualify for the Elite Series all in one deal, I mean, what's the next 6 months of your season look like as you prepare for when we announce the schedule?
I've got a bunch of tournaments lined up right now, and I'm still going to fish quite a few of them. But I might just go travel around and fish some places I haven't been, and just try to learn some new water and prepare for what next year might have in store.
Well, Dylan, we can't thank you enough for joining us here on this day. And you're the face of bass fishing now for the next year, at least. So good luck with that. I know you're up to the task, and well done. That's all we got to say. Thank you so much. Dylan Nutt, the winner of the Bassmaster Classic.
The second youngest angler to win a classic. Such corrected me on that. I thought it was third. So second youngest angler to ever win a classic. Second angler from the nation to ever win the classic. Fourth highest winning weight. Absolutely incredible. He's the 9th angler to win the classic in their first try, and the first one since 07 to do that. It had been from 07 to 2025 that were all people who had been to the classic previously, and then this year we jumped back in the portal.
I think I said it'd been 22 years since someone had won from a nation, more like 32 years.
Yeah, 32. That's what it is.
32.
Yeah.
Really incredible. Hey, I totally thought when you asked him what he'd be doing between now and the classic at Hartwell, pre-fishing every day on Lake Hartwell, getting ready for the next classic.
I think he'd probably stack up as the favorite.
Few hours.
As we set it up now.
I wouldn't bet a lot against it.
Would have been a keeper. And then had another one miss my bait twice, actually. I just missed, she followed my swim jig in and went back to her, and she missed my bait. She's sitting on a bed, but I can't see her. I don't want to just sit there flipping at the same stick for the rest of the tournament. She won't ever bite again after, flipping there once. She'll bite and then won't bite again. I don't know. We're gonna keep fishing, keep grinding. Can happen quick. We just gotta keep our bait in the water and keep covering water and try to land on something. We'll fish this.
The leapfrogging continues. Kyoya, Fujita, and Hunter Shryock filled their limits, and they're in our top 10 right now.
Wow. One of the pure things about Dylan Nutt's win as well is this is a business, it's a sport, it's all serious. To see the childlike emotions from his family, like, it was pure, a pure winning moment, an appreciation for this opportunity, and a general joy to be able to fish like he probably did with his granddad and his family back in the day, and to now do it in front of the world. It was very cool, refreshing to see that.
He was the member of the family who kept it together better than anybody.
I was going to say,
big smiles.
I don't remember a classic champion and his family being able to hold back their emotions really ever, well, once or twice in the history of the tournament.
Well, Davey, his brother, Carter, twin brother, won the college classic event the day before. College with Bryce tomorrow. And Cooper Gallant, I was there when Cooper Gallant came up and congratulated him on kicking butt out on the classic waters. And he said, no, that's my brother. I did it too.
We got a keeper, boys. Randy Howell is coming back right there.
Got it.
Yes.
Never too late.
Yes, sir.
Fish number 2. A lot slower day for Randy. Still got time, though.
Got that one. I hit my spinnerbait, probably the same fish. Didn't get him hooked on the spinnerbait, and I kept flipping back. This is just a little punch skirt with a Yamamoto Cinco, blue-black laminate bit off, just a little small piece of Cinco. It's kind of a good finesse flipping bait in dirty water. Daiichi Pro X 4/0 hook on there, got some big Daiwa J braid on there, big Ishman Row flipping stick. I'm ready for the 7-pounders, although that was a 1.5-pounder. But he did bite again, that was good. He actually bit twice on the flipping bait. I thought it was one the first time, and he was just sitting there holding it. He might have been on a bed there, probably, because it's still right there. I had shook one off right there like 4 days ago, exact same spot. Might have been the same one. Shook him off in practice.
So that was the second keeper of the day, but only the first one to make it to his live well. The other one, he was a little concerned about whether it would live or not and didn't want to take that chance, so he released that fish even though it was a keeper.
Started with a clean slate after that, and now he's got one on there.
Got a lot of work to do, but even if you don't catch a limit today, Davey, if Randy can catch 3 or 4 with one of them being a kicker, he may be able to salvage today.
A little less than 2 hours fishing time left as the clock is ticking on semifinal Saturday at the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite. Clock is ticking. Everyone's got that on their mind. That right there, the object of desire, Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series blue trophy for winning the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway, Columbus, Mississippi. And the clock is ticking because you got to be in that list right there when it's all said and done, when the weigh-in is finished today. Put as much hay in the barn, so to speak, as you possibly can. Helps to have a little insurance so you can get a chance to fish on Championship Sunday.
I must admit, I'm lucky enough to have a couple of those blue trophies at home, but I'd love to have one with that Mountain Dew logo on the middle of that blue trophy.
Yeah.
That's really cool looking.
That's a good combo right there, absolutely. One of our big movers through the day. And a little bit of a rough start on day one. Jason Christie, man on a mission.
I can construct you a trophy out of the Mountain Dew
Get
bottles
on
I got
some
at
of this
home.
stuff and
Maybe we can build one.
Wind around. I just don't want to. I don't want to catch any more of that. I might need. I mean, yeah, I might cull up a pound or two, but I mean, it's 1 o'clock, and I've only had, you know, not many bites, so that's the deal we made. 15. I mean, tomorrow we'll just see how the weights are, and tomorrow, you know, probably won't leave. That's the plan anyway. Plans change, but that's the plan. I know one thing I gotta do is put some more clothes back on. It fishing out of the wind, it was nice, but you get out here in the wind, it's pretty chilly still.
So what Jason Christie is talking about there is he shared this backwater area with Seth Fighter. He came in there late in the day on day one. Seth Fighter had been there all day. They talked. They both fished there yesterday and decided, you have this half of the backwater, I'll have that half of the backwater. But they also made an agreement, first one to 15 pounds will leave. So that's what Jason Christie's doing right now. He's leaving that area.
Hell yeah.
Just across the way, Seth Fighter.
I think they're just starting to bite.
Getting one.
I'm gonna do some calling here now.
He's doing a great job hanging in that top 10
boy,
today.
that's
Top
bad.
4, as a matter of fact.
Pretty hard trying to do that, looking through a camera.
Sometimes.
Angles get a little off.
This happens a lot, that if one of these anglers had that area to themselves, they could likely win, but not very often do you get a real good area to yourself, even with an over 200 miles of fishable water. These anglers are good. They're going to find those good areas with better than average fish.
North of Columbus, been a rough day so far for Bill Lowen. Just one keeper in the boat.
It's about the same size as the one I just lost, ain't it?
That to be 14 inches, that's going to be close.
Oh, yeah.
You can put him in as a pound. I'm not even weighing him. I ain't got time. Maybe the other one did keep.
Bill Lowen, 2 wins on his card with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Won them to start the year last year at the St. Johns River in Florida, and he shows some similarities between the two places.
Come here. You know, I think the biggest difference between the St. Johns River in Florida and the Tennessee-Tombigbee River here in Mississippi is that the St. Johns River is tidal, right? This is just your typical river. The only current that's created is by rain and wind and when they open the locks. So that's kind of the biggest difference in the two, you know. One's tidal, one is not. Other than that, they kind of fish exactly the same. And what I mean by that is the fish they get in little tiny areas. And that's the key, is to find as many of those little tiny areas that you can rotate around on. And that's kind of what I tried to do this week. Fish in my comfort zone, fish the way I love to fish, and I always say, when you fish that way, you fish the best of your ability.
The other similarity is Bill notched his first win on the Elite Series after 14 years of competing, basically up the other end of the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway on Pickwick Lake. It all kind of comes together.
And this tournament and his 2 wins, he had a jig in his hand.
Yes.
He loves to fish a jig, whether it's a flipping jig or he's swimming a jig through vegetation like he's doing a lot of this week.
Wesley Gore started this day with the lead.
Still 4 fish.
Oh, saw that bite.
That's gonna be close to number 5. That's gonna be close.
That's a
be number 5.
for
Oh,
sure.
that's gotta be, right?
We just measured one in Bill's boat. We know what a 14-incher looks like.
Yeah.
We did it, dude. I didn't think he got it, but he got it. Here we go, guys. It ain't nothing like I was catching the first 2 days, but I will take it. God is good. Holy cow. I will take it. So, holy cow. We're gonna have a chance tomorrow, that's all I can tell you. We're gonna have a freaking chance. Let's go, dude. Yeah, that's a, I mean, I don't know. One big bite and it'll be really good. I knew the old trusty lizard would come through. My goodness gracious. Holy smokes. Wow. I mean, that's what they're supposed to do, like get it like that. But I was over here going, I don't think he's got it. I don't think he does, but I'll check him. He got it. He had it. I gotta find them things.
That'll go straight to the bottom line, probably put him up above Seth Fighter, maybe get him tucked in right close under Mark Menendez in 3rd place, so Wesley in 4th.
Right now, the top 5 are like separated by less than a pound.
Man.
Yeah, you don't want to give your whole lead back, but if you could be in striking distance and this be your tough day, then the hopes are high for
I came
tomorrow.
back to what I think is my best stretch, hoping that these mats warmed up. Going to try to fish this, and I'm going to try to save just a little bit of time to go near the lock and try to catch a spotted bass if this doesn't work. So that's my strategy. So I'm in desperation mode, man. Nothing's really worked today. I'm real disappointed, but you know, listen, I got 2 more bites to get, and I've got a lot of time to do that. So that could happen, you know, anytime. So I just got to keep fishing. Did want to thank everybody for watching today. It's been a fun day, even though it's been really, really tough bite. And listen, I'm giving away my bass boat. It's a little sweepstakes. If you want a chance to win, it's just a $100 entry. Go to MikeIconelli.com. You can get a chance to win this boat. Lasts till September. Thought I'd throw that plug out there for you. Thank you very much. Since I can't catch a bass, I might as well try to promote something, you know?
Says the marketing major in college. Absolutely. Always been on top of that game.
As long as he didn't throw his plug completely out of his boat like Bill Owen did yesterday, he can throw plugs for
Just get one
sponsorship.
more bite, and then you get a little momentum, you know? Like a momentum shifter, you know? But
with the anglers that we've had cameras in the boat with today that have locked north or south, you can tell with it being tougher conditions with the water temperatures falling, the pressure of them having a shorter fishing day has really affected them more than it has the ones that stayed close.
You could feel it today, couldn't you? Yeah, and see it.
And today of all days was a day you did not need to try to speed up and rush things. You needed to slow down. It's hard to do, though. It's really, really hard to do.
Yeah, it's easy to say and hard to do, that is for sure. Jason Christie, man on top as it stands right now, as we're getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. That comes up at 4 Eastern. There is some fishing time left, and depending on where you are, you may have to spend a lot of that on travel time. Seth Feider in second place. Go to Eber, Menendez, Wesley Gore. And in fifth there, I don't know if that last fish registered for Wesley, but we'll update you on that when we get back momentarily to the Tennessee-Tombigbee River. Beautiful place here. Columbus, Mississippi, the Storybook South. That's our local host. Visit Columbus, Mississippi, the Storybook South. And we send all our appreciation out to all the folks who are having us in their community, because that's a privilege to get to come into one of these communities and put together an event like that. And it takes so much help and cooperation and great people to volunteer to pull it off. It's a big operation with a big benefit to the community and a big benefit to B.A.S.S. And on behalf of everyone, B.A.S.S., thank you so much, Columbus. Also, we see proud of home of the Columbus Air Force Base. Been there for many, many a year.
For a lot of the anglers, thank the crowds at the weigh-ins this week. I think there's been good crowds there at the weigh-ins.
Good crowds, great part of the country. Obviously beautiful. All these backwaters for this kind of engineering marvel of a waterway that runs through it.
Latest angler to jump in the top 10 is Cole Sands. He was 30th. Just landed a 3-pound, 15-ouncer. Got about 13 pounds on the day.
Come on, fish stretch.
That'll be close as well, I think. Oh, no, he's good. Not by a whole lot, but he's good.
14 1/4. Yeah.
I'm waiting till the last minute.
We had to measure every fish. Day one wasn't this way for Bill Lowen. Every one was a 3+ pounder for him, it seemed like.
Well, having locked north or south, I guess. Bill's got a limited fish time and a lot of travel time ahead of him.
That's Drew Benton and Ivy.
Randy Howe.
He blew water on that other guy. That's why he got in trouble. It wasn't me. Huh?
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's one. There's the keeper. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. I'll take him right now. That's a little fat one. I'm gonna take him. A little 2-pounder. A little 2-pounder. Make a little bit of a comeback. Come on with it. Let's go. Drew was back in that lake that we were just in the mouth of. I knew that lake had to have some fish in. I wonder if he caught some back in there. I didn't fish in there long enough to find out how good it was or not.
They're
biting.
Made his return to the Bassmaster Elite Series last year.
I said the whole time. Just had some fish around, they biting good. Man, that wind's galing.
Did not make the Classic 2026, but his son Laker did. Virtue of a win on the Opens, on the Nitro Boats EQ qualifying system. And back down to Pake South.
Had a slower day. A lot of his fish yesterday came on a topwater frog, and that bite was definitely off this morning. This might be another keeper for him. Nope. Minimum length 14 inches, not quite there.
Another of our rookies that we know of. Very close to getting into the top 10 tomorrow. So Pake's kind of the hope for the rookie class here, but he's got to catch more fish.
Yeah,
I mean,
gonna need
several pounds.
Yes, I think we can all say honestly, if you make the top 10 for tomorrow, you have a chance to win. Mark Menendez moving from 25th place to the lead with one swing of the rod. It'll be very fun tomorrow with just 10 anglers, knowing that at any moment someone could move from 10th to 1st.
Yeah, top 10 on the final day is not always a golden ticket, but I think it could be here.
You know, I just ain't got the bites today. I think, you know, that cold weather's backed them off a little bit. I tried to flip out here, in front of them on some isolated cover, just small bites and it. I was gonna go back and start over where I started this morning. There's 2 boats in there, so now I'm back over here where the shad spawn been kicking off everybody, I think, and we're just trying to look up into one more fish. I don't even care if it's a big one at this point, just get me a limit. And then I'd like to go fish some stuff I ain't even been to back here in the back of this thing, just try to catch us up. But it's been a tough day for us. I think my fish are allergic to the camera. Seems like it. I don't know that I did it wrong. I didn't really get the bites, but I think I'm understanding why I'm running out of fish too. 2 of the guys in there in that one little bitty pocket that I'm in, and that's really what I was relying on. There's 2 places I really did my damage, and one of them has got a lot of company. I was catching 2-3 pounders a day out of there. That makes a big difference when you do that. And I think the water's dropped. There's just the conditions have changed. I mean, like, I know for sure most of what I was catching was bedding fish, and it makes it harder on this post-front day. It's just one of them deals. I didn't have anything else really to do. I was a one-trick pony. It got me where I needed to be to the cut, and I just needed a little bit of luck today, and I just really didn't get it. Not yet. We still got an hour for sure of fishing time. Things can change in a hurry. 1 9-pounder fixes the problem. Still been a blessed week. I'm not complaining.
Buddy in that group of 6 just under the cut line, which includes Jordan Lee and Justin Atkins, John Garrett, Tyler Rivette, and Michael Iaconelli. All of them with the potential to make a little something happen, somehow find their way.
That'll help a little bit, I think, maybe. Ounce or 2. Let's go. Oh yeah, big help. All right. Puts us at 10.
Go to E-Bear, looking solid for tomorrow's championship round.
It's one of those deals you see somebody make a big adjustment today, Davey, to their plan B or their plan C and survive. That doesn't mean they need to do that tomorrow. It just means do whatever you can do to get to tomorrow, and when your plan A fires back up, you know you can lean on that even for a greater weight than what you got today.
Every day's been so different here. Randy Howell looking for number 3. Kind of had to give one back and start over again.
It's a keeper too, I think. We got to go too right now. Took out 22 minutes to get it into the lock. It takes 21 from right here. 14 a quarter, we got him. Yes. Went from 0 to 3 right here in the last few minutes, boys. Every point counts toward that classic today. Let's go.
Make that 2 o'clock lock ride and have some time to fish afterwards when he gets back into the Columbus pool.
Begging.
Spider.
Begging. Stay pegged. Stay pegged. Stay pegged. Yes. Wow. Let's go, dude. Let's go. They're freaking biting in here, dude. Let's go, dude. 3-pounder. Let's go. Oh. Thanks, Christie. One guy had this, he'd win here for sure. It might still get one out of here. Number 5. Got 13 and a half now. Number 5. A good exchange.
Yeah, good upgrade for Seth. Meet your new leader, Seth Fighter.
Yeah, that was probably a 1.5 pound upgrade.
Now that Wesley Gore has the limit and Fighter's culling, I'll take this going into Championship Sunday, Tommy. The top 5 within 1 1/4 of each other.
How about that? Unbelievable. Started out with a pretty big margin as the day got going, but now look at that. You're right, Ronnie. It has tightened up considerably. Tomorrow's going to be fun.
110 now.
Tomorrow is going to be big fun out there on the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. That is for sure. We still have to establish who the 10 are going to participate in that thing. A lot of those bottom spots are still up for grabs, and we got some more fishing time, some more fish catching to show you. Be right back. The Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite, 3rd stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 2026 and the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. A lot of action going on out there today. A much tougher day than the previous 2, and it's all about adjusting, all about having the knowledge to make the decisions that are going to keep you in that list right there, inside the top 10. We got about 1 hour and 15 minutes before these boats have to arrive back at the check-in shortly after that. The weigh-in begins. Some of them going to have to spend time traveling. One of them we just saw leaving there, Randy Howell. He's got to spend some time in the lock before he can get out and have some fishing time afterwards. Seth Fighter's in our home pool here. His travel time will not be affected too much. And he is our leader. And how did he do it with this one?
Begging. Stay pegged. Stay pegged. Stay pegged. Yes. Let's go, dude. Let's go. They're freaking biting in here, dude. Let's go, dude. 3-pounder.
Thanks, Christie.
Oh, feeling good now. I think I got close enough weight to make the cut, especially if the weight went down at all today. I'm in. I still have one little one I'd like to get rid of, but feeling good. We got a little over an hour, and fish are starting to bite, and just looking for one more big one to get rid of that little one and lock in on the top 10, and then me and old Christie can duke it out in here Sunday. But I'm pretty confident. My scale's super light. It says I got 13 and a half. That should be at least 14 on Bassmaster, so pretty confident we got the top 10 locked up right now. But just more than anything, just for keeping pace with Christie, I'd like to get another one where I'd like to come in here pretty even tomorrow and not him, you know, 2, 3, 4 pounds ahead of me, where then I almost feel like I'm in the way, you know. But we can keep things. We come in here tied this morning, so he said he's got 15, so he's got a pound on me right now. But hopefully we can catch a 3, 4 pounder, get rid of that one little one, and we'll be right there with him to come do it again tomorrow, hopefully.
I think Spain's in the last hour.
Oh, fishing picked up a lot. Like, I was literally about to leave here until I caught that 4 pounder. But the water temp just got demolished in here at that cold night. It went from 70 degrees to 57, and now things are warming up. Fish are biting a lot better. Like, it was really hard to get a bite this morning, and now they're biting like they should be. I was kind of worried we were out of fish, but it was clearly just that cold that did it to them, because now they're snapping really good. No dice.
How about that for a live catch?
Yeah, I'm gonna go over the 4 pounder, but we'll take it. We'll take it.
What are you fishing with?
Just swimming a jig. Swimming a jig, straight braid. So I caught him the first 2 days in here. I had to change it up a little bit this morning just because the water temp dropped so bad, and spent a bunch of time flipping, and it doesn't really seem like they want, I mean, I caught a 4 pounder doing it, but it just doesn't seem like they want something on the bottom. They want something up and moving, and swim jig's really fits the bill best for the cover we got, and the depth they're in, and I think it was just too cold for it this morning. But it went from getting no bites to a few fish missing it. Now every fish is getting the bait. So I think they've ramped up quite a bit with the water warming up. I mean, it's 66 in here now, so it's already warmed up almost a full 10 degrees since this morning. Even though it's not really that warm, but that sun's doing its job and getting these fish biting again, which was nice because I was kind of in panic mode after first few hours having 2 pound-and-a-halfers. But I'm sure the morning was probably slow for most guys.
It's a long way from Minnesota to Mississippi, but shallow water prowess tends to translate pretty well from one part of the country to another, and Seth Feider's always had that.
Yep, a lot of the small lakes in Minnesota look very similar. The shorelines look very similar to this.
Knowing how to fish vegetations, something these Minnesota guys know for sure.
Some of those. I got a feeling we're gonna fish all this, not catch a big one, go back to my stretch and catch a big one, just because of karma. I mean, I guess I got one good one already, but I shouldn't say karma. I mean, we're working together in here pretty good.
some of those tough, grimy rivers early in Fighter's career kind of bit him. And then it kind of really turned the page at the Sabine. After finishing so poorly at the Sabine one year, almost wins it and gets in the top 5 or so. And ever since then, it's kind of like, you better put him on your grimy team.
Another shallow water, the upper Mississippi was a big turning point in his career as well.
So he's sharing this water with Jason Christie, and they made an agreement. First one to 15 pounds leaves. You would think because Christie was at the 15-pound mark that he was way ahead of the game, but I don't know if Fighter wasn't in the driver's seat better being the last one around.
I mean,
the bite has definitely gotten better since Christie left.
The deal turned out in his favor, I think, for sure.
Honestly, after this morning, I don't even know. Well, I guess it was in practice. There's probably so many biting fish in here. I don't even, that's probably the only reason I even got bites punching. I was probably dropping it in between 6 of them.
And they were dead tied entering today, 5th and 6th, 28-15, both tied.
2 good bites, punching, dumped them, picked up a swim jig, shook off like another decent one, and we had a few little ones here and a few little ones out in that middle stuff, and I don't know. I really didn't get bitten here like this. And the quick pass I made through in practice, but I punched most of it. I think that was a mistake. Looking back, I probably should have just swam a jig down it. But.
Well, that's a pretty good prospect for tomorrow to have the number 1 and number 2 almost tied, fishing in the same backwater, just a few yards from each other, literally, at some points.
And I wonder if it'll be to each his own, or they'll cut a deal tonight for tomorrow's rules of the backwater.
I imagine somebody's going to request that, one or the other is going to do that. Either way, I think it's going to be extremely entertaining.
Yes.
And, those two, better than anyone else, have adjusted
Not really.
all the changing conditions and all the things that rivers change without conditions changing every day.
Our rule tomorrow, Davey, between Christie and Fighter, you don't stop swinging till the bell rings.
That's right. Yeah, I guarantee you that'll be one of the rules. Hey, it's been a fun day. A lot of diversity in the fishing, spinnerbaits, vibrating jigs. Not as many topwater frogs today, but had to, the cold weather, Mother Nature made some of these anglers totally go to plan B, C, and more than that even. It worked out for some, and some it didn't so well, but like you said, you couldn't ask for it to line up any better.
No.
The top 10 is really tight.
Great bunch of anglers in our top 10 today, and hats off to them for taking us through that. Our final day coverage comes your way tomorrow on FS1. We get that underway at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Certainly hope you can join us for that. It's very good prospects for a great day tomorrow. First time ever for the Bassmaster Elite Series to come to the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. It is a different sort of place, but we have got a great group competing out here. We thank them. We thank you for joining us, and we will see you next time